Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Marcus Speaks. What's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Marcus Speaks Live, the podcast that talks about trending topics and a lot of other good things ahead. Now, if you guys are paying attention to what's going on, because I don't have my prompt up, please, if you could, follow what's on the screen, not only in the lower third, but the scrolling ticker. Once you see a space comes up, that starts everything over. Read over it. That's for you to get back with me with anything as far as follow me on social medias, giving me ideas for shows that you want to see in the future, or just subscribing to my YouTube channels. Excuse me. And if you could, like this video, share this video, and subscribe if you are new here. Hit that bell icon as well. And with that being said, let's get into some things real fast, into some promotions. If you could, do me this one favor. Go and subscribe if you're new here. Both of my channels are in the description box below. Those channels, my first channel, my baby, the first one that you see, Marcus Speaks, that has basically all of my content that I've been doing within the past, 3.5 years I've been doing this. It has all my content on there. But if you just want to see a certain type of content, such as gaming content, my second channel has that at Marcus Speaks Play. Please go over to both. You can subscribe to either channel from either channel. It doesn't matter which channel you are on. You can subscribe to both. Once you subscribe to one, scroll on down until you see the YouTube thumbnail of the other channel. Go and subscribe to that. Hit that bell as well. If you would like to come up here and speak to me, there is a link pinned right now in the live chat. If you want to come up here, you have to follow these three rules that I'm about to go over. And that is, rule number 1, you must be on camera at all times here on the backstage, and if you want to be up here during the show. But if you don't want to be on camera, that is fine, because I have something there for you. There is, once you come back here, anyone who comes back here, there is a question back here in the private chat. Do not make it a conversation in my private chat. Just let me know what you want me, or not want me to do, or what you want to do. So when I bring you up here, if you want to be on camera, if you don't want to be on camera to the public. The only reason why I say this is because I live in the state of Maryland. State of Maryland, I have to let you guys know that I am recording you. All right. So with that being said, please let me know in the private chat what you would like to do once you are back here. Let me know what your name that's over top. You'll see when you come back here. Your name will be on top of your square. Once you get back here, type your name in and type yes or no, so I know who wants to be on camera, so I can match it up to your names. Also, last and final rule is, please silence all background noise. If you have me or anything else on in the background, please turn that down or off. Can't stress that enough. I'm trying to run at least a semi-professional YouTube channel here. So with that being said, please silence all background noise or go to a nice secluded spot in your house somewhere that you'll be able to talk to me. Please, if you have headphones, use them. Use your headphones. And with that being said, please again like this video, share this video, and subscribe. I didn't get to make my 100 subscribers. I was 4 off, so I would say by tomorrow morning, by tomorrow night, please, I would like to have 4 subscribers so I can reach my milestone of 100 subscribers. And then at the end of this month of December, I'd love to have 50 more subscribers. So when I finish the year, I have 150 subscribers. And then next month and every month after that, I will tell you my new goal that I would like. If that is fine with you guys who are watching. If you watch, don't be shy. You're going to come back and you're going to want to watch some more episodes of Marcus Speaks Live. All right, so please hit that subscription button and hit that bell icon to all so you can get all of my notifications once I go live. People, if you ever watch my show, you know that I play videos when I make my points. The only reason why I do this is because it furthers what I'm talking about. It allows you to understand more of what I'm speaking of when I speak about the topics that I have tonight. I have 3 topics tonight. We're doing more of like like usually with my pre-show, I'll go over like what's in the news and things for us to talk about as people are coming in here. That's going to be the show tonight. So tonight's overview is I will be speaking of New York has passed a bill to open up victims who have been sexually abused in their life. You can now come forward in the state of Maryland and get those documents and your trial going. Secondly, I have Will Smith did an interview on The Daily Show with Trevor Noah, and Trevor Noah asked him about the infamous Oscar night. I'll be speaking about that. And I've been talking about Ye for probably a good month now. So I'm going to be talking about, or probably a month and a half. I'm talking about Ye again, once again tonight. So that is tonight's overview. But let me get back into this fair use thing. So if you guys know I play videos, with that I have to use fair use. Fair use isn't just a YouTube policy or guideline, it's also the law. So instead of me telling you right now verbatim what it is, I'll let my past self do it. So take it away, past self. Hello everyone, I'm going to tell you about fair use. It's the law. Warning: federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyright motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 USC 107. All right. So, you guys also know I like to do a little bit of banter before I start my show. So with this banter I have for you tonight, I don't know why that is all. I don't know if I would say it's a theory or not, but let's put it more on a conspiracy theory I thought of this week. So if you guys don't know, Dr. Anthony Fauci is stepping down as lead virologist in the United States government. He's stepping down, I believe it's sometime next week he'll be stepping down, I believe. If not, towards the middle of the month, he'll be stepping down. So I started getting these thoughts or whatever, right? Of like the whole pandemic thing, right? So this is what I thought. I thought that But before I get into that, I had another conspiracy theory, but it coincides with what I'm about to tell you. So let me share that conspiracy theory that goes along with this next conspiracy theory. So I was at work one day. I was talking to some guys I work with. We were talking about this whole like pandemic thing or whatever, and like government and like things going on in the government and stuff like that, and all kinds of other weird shit we was talking about at work. It was just the three of us, so you know we were able to be men around the women that we work around. So I started having these thoughts. So I was like, what if this whole cancel culture and this whole like all of these groups that are being formed now, such as Antifa, Black Lives Matter, what's the other group? The women's movement. What's the other group that's out there now? That the Me Too movement. I thought that like all of these groups were formed like in or when they were formed because I believe the government is tired of policing us. And I believe that they want us to take the reins of policing ourselves, which we've been doing a very bad job at. To where, people are losing their livelihoods or people are losing jobs because of things, because of their, either they get outed that they're either, racist, misogynistic, what have you. Like, whatever you may think about it, right? And I just thought that all of this stuff started happening for a reason. And this is where I get into the second conspiracy theory. So the second conspiracy theory that I have is this whole pandemic that happened, that like look at all of the groups that were formed. Look at how the world was in an uproar. Everybody started fighting with each other. There was infighting in most of these groups. So look at all this stuff as a war, right? That America went through part of a civil war, to say, which I've spoken about how America may go through another civil war pretty soon. I've spoken about this countless times on this show. So what I started thinking about with this whole, government not wanting to govern us anymore, not wanting to police us anymore, allow us to police ourselves, become judge, jury, and executioner of each other. Look at the government itself as with our Civil War. Look at the American government as a separate entity, like another country of its own, and they dropped a bomb on us, such as the CV-19, right? So then we get that. So we gotta get in lockdown and all this. Everything's just at a standstill. So with that, if you guys have followed conspiracy theories such as I have within, the past decade and stuff like that, you would know one of the conspiracy theories is that they want to curve the American population, which the Georgia Guidestones that someone demolished recently. They on the Georgia Guidestones, it listed that they own that in America, I believe, if not the entire world, there should only be 50 million people within the 50 million people, 50 million, a population of 50 million people, right? Um, 1 second, y'all. I gotta text somebody real fast. All right, so I I basically was thinking like, the whole pandemic, you know, kind of curved the population down, not by a lot, but slightly, to where, we get all of this other shit going on. So I have it written down. I'm sitting here looking at it. It's kind of sloppy. So what I've learned over, I would say, a couple weeks ago, that the world population is up to 8 billion people here on planet Earth. So there is another conspiracy out there that, well, is it a conspiracy? I don't really know if it really is or not. But basically, it's they want us to take the vaccination, right? There's a film out right now called "Died Suddenly." I want you guys to go over to Rumble and check that out. It gives a depiction of what we've gone through within the past couple of years with this whole pandemic thing or whatever. So, uh, the world population is at 8 billion people right now, right? So they've been steadily talking about another lockdown coming, right? It's winter time. It's almost winter time. That's when they usually start rolling shit out. That's what Biden said last year, that it was going to be a dark winter. Who knew if he was talking about this winter that is upon us? He spoke last year about that, but it's a thing that these people do called double speak. Double speak basically is they say one thing to the regular Joes like myself, and then they mean entirely something different to another group of people. So with that, I have so when all this kicked off was when Bill Gates was at a TED Talk, and he spoke about pandemics, basically. So I had a TED Talk. He talked about, how, people should be taking more vaccines, and, people need to be vaccinated more, whatever. And with this guy saying this, he has gone over to Africa, and he has done the such thing of doing that. But at the same time, he has also kind of called that population sort of. But in a way, it's the mother of civilization. You really can't stop people who've been doing this for years, been making people for years and whatever. So, but anyway, he spoke on basically how there will be a big catastrophe that will happen, and it'll kill so many people, and scientists will be working overtime to try to stop the bullshit, right? So then we get Dr. Fauci by way of Trump. So Trump was in office between 2016 to 2020. When 2020, February of 2020 got here, we learned about a guy named Dr. Fauci. So if you guys don't know the history of Dr. Fauci, Dr. Fauci, so he is a virologist. With this, he had also stole the HIV research from two French scientists or virologists. So this guy, he learned about their findings about this new virus that was popping up in the 80s. He wanted to look over the research and make do some things himself with it. But scientists, I guess, are very possessive. So they told him no. They said, "Nah, we're not going to do that. We're not going to sit here and let you read our research so you can steal it." So Fauci got those people arrested by the French government, and he stole their research. To where, if you look Dr. Fauci up, he is highly decorated around that time when the AIDS epidemic started happening. He's very well known within that, and it's not even his research that he was spouting at that time. So with this, we get Operation Warp Speed, which Trump put into place. So Trump put into place Operation Warp Speed. So with Warp Speed, we get the very vaccine that we have now. We have, whatever company, if it's Moderna or Johnson & Johnson, or I forgot the other one. But there's several out there. You got the Russian one, which is Sputnik, and you got all these other, variations of this concoction. So then with that, you get the rollout of said vaccine for this ominous virus that we've never seen before. Some people call it the super flu or whatever, but it's a cove-based virus, such as like a cold or a flu or whatever, and attacks the respiratory system. And at that time when all that shit was going on, doctors were putting patients on respirators. Well, what did we learn about respirators? People started dying from the respirators because instead of the body actually doing the breathing for us, the machine was shutting down our respiratory system, which was suffocating people and killing them. So around this time, within the same year, we get another player in this that we have never seen before. We get this guy named Klaus Schwab, or whatever. Let me quit trying to say it the German way of his name. Klaus Schwab, right? He wrote this book called COVID-19: The Great Reset. So then we started hearing conspiracy theories about that guy and what he's about, right? Some strange shit was going on around this time. So we get a lot of shit going on with that, and with Klaus coming up and us learning about his whole organization, the World Economic Forum, where all of these world leaders come together and they do this little powwow, and they say what should be done, whatever, like within each country. But most of these people who are speaking aren't a part of that country. They're not elected officials or whatever. Although they are respectively elected officials, in their country, but they're not elected officials in the countries that they're I am burping my ass off. They are not elected officials in the countries that they're saying, well, you should do that. Especially Klaus Schwab. Then we hear about how Klaus has a sister foundation where he picks people to roll out some things that they've learned, such as Justin Trudeau in Canada, the California governor Gavin Newsom, and various other people, right? They was all a part of this little group called what was it called? The Future Leaders Program or something like that. So with that, we get Biden. Biden comes into play. He wins in 2020. So we get him in 20. No, it's been 2 years. I'm sorry. We get him in 2020. And am I right? Yeah, I'm sorry. So we get Biden in 2020. I'm not right. We get Biden in 2021. So, because I forgot, they gotta each president has to finish their term out. So we get Biden in 2021. So what was said between Biden and Harris and everyone that was in the Democratic Party, they said we are not taking Trump's vaccine. Then when they get into office, we hear them go, well, yeah, we think you guys should take the vaccine because, it's a lot of stuff that's good about it and you guys should take it, blah, blah, blah. That's why you guys should watch this movie that's on Rumble. So download the Rumble app or go to rumble.com and watch Died Suddenly. So a lot of people started, having complications with said virus and vaccination. So a lot of people started either dying from it or people started, having some health complications. With this going on, we get damn near this shit shoved down our throats everywhere we went. Either if we was in our car, or if we was home watching TV, if we're driving and we're looking out the window, we see a billboard to get vaccinated. Now, if you guys don't know, Fauci is leaving. Like I said, he's leaving office, so something must be going down when it comes to him leaving. He announced this earlier this year that he will be stepping down in the month of December. December is now here. So what is being hidden from us? Thing is, I don't know yet. But when I do, I will come back and tell you guys. So you might be asking, well, Marcus, we don't hear a conspiracy theory yet. Well, here's the conspiracy theory. Fauci was in a deposition between, I believe it was with some Republican senators. And in this deposition, he told a senator, or it was in a closed space, so maybe, probably had like somebody there from each party or whatever. Fauci said that he borrowed his whole lockdown scenario that we did from China. Well, what do we know about China? Well, we know that the lab, of which we allegedly believe that this said virus came from that lab, which is in China. Fauci then borrows a lockdown scenario from China. There's a lot of things he made up on the way as well. The whole let's stand 6 feet apart, nothing scientific about it. It was actually, he came up with someone came up with 4 feet. He said, okay, how about we add 2 more feet to that, right? So that's how we got the whole everyone staying 6 feet apart. Now, we also get this. We get everyone should be masked up, of which, if you read Dr. Fauci's emails, which I did that very thing here on this channel, and that video got taken down. The whole mask thing was a hoax as well, because Fauci said it in his email when he emailed someone about, or when someone emailed him about, well, what do you think about masks? Because I'm about to go somewhere for the weekend. There's going to be a lot of people. What should we do? Is wearing a mask fine? Fauci told the person, it doesn't matter if you wear one or not. It's not really going to be effective like that. So they was like, oh, okay, cool. So everyone who was out there wearing masks, N95s, regular surgical masks, cloth masks, whatever type of mask you was wearing, just know them shits don't work, because they told you that the CV-19 particle was so small it could pass through a mask, of which most people who were wearing masks got sick. No, I'm not sick. My sinuses is just bothering me. Whatever. I didn't have a which is funny because I didn't have a stream last night of God of Wars because I was trying to find a PS5. Found some PS5s, and I'll get into that after this little thing. Till we start the show. So here's the whole conspiracy that I have with this. So I brought up the portion of, government got tired, they gave us the reins to police ourselves. We did it, we had a bad go at it. They dropped the bomb of the pandemic on us. So with the whole pandemic, we then get lockdowns, wear masks, stand 6 feet apart, and all of this. And that kind of destroyed humanity in a way, if not at all. It fucked humanity up in a way. So much so that a lot of us hate each other here in this country. Now, some people will say, well, Marcus, that's not, anything new. We've always hated each other. True. But we hate each other even more. So much so that men and women aren't really dating anymore. Not a lot of babies being made like that anymore. It's this whole red pill, pink pill thing going on. Passport bros and shit. Which now we're starting to learn that most of those guys are walking the fuck away from that because they see that it's a bunch of bullshit at the end of the day. We also get, all of this public infighting. And then we also get Ukraine with this, of which I told you guys last week with last week's show that Biden was intertwined into all that shit. And now he's getting investigated. or will be investigated. So here's the conspiracy theory. The WEF has a plan by 2030 for a lot of us to own nothing and be happy. Some people believe that Trump foiled those plans for the 4 years that he was in office. And they're working overtime now to get those plans back in order. So, this is what I believe my conspiracy theory is. My conspiracy theory is that no matter what we do, if we're either upset at each other, if we're, all these groups are being created in fighting, such as a digital civil war that we're having, which I told you already on this show, that if we do have a civil war, it's going to be digital. It won't be physical at all. Like, no way whatsoever will anyone start busting a gun to another faction in this country. Now, most people may say, well, Marcus, we got all these shootings now. Okay, that's a part of their plan to curb the population. But if you're spiritual, or if you've been in a black family and you've been and you heard this a lot growing up, well, when one person dies, their soul goes back up to heaven, and then more people are born, right? That's if you believe that. But conspiracy theory is that no matter what happens, what we do, we're always, in a way, going to that's not a good way to put that. No matter what we do, they're always 10 steps ahead of us. So whatever that happens, they're always 10 steps ahead of us. Now that they're 10 steps ahead of us, and the plan is coming back in, we had a scare with all this shit. Measles is coming back into play. We had monkeypox. What's the one virus that they got rid of and simultaneously somehow came back again? I've read a book in elementary school about this, where you got to wear braces on your legs and shit. I forgot what that disease is called. But that came back up as well during this whole pandemic shit. Now, when I say government, I mean that like in a loose way, because I don't know who. I don't know, what part of the government wants this to go on. I could say the CIA. I don't know, But no matter what, our country is trying to fucking kill us. And they will stop at any measure. They won't stop at any measure to make sure that shit happens. And this is what we get. That's a conspiracy theory. Probably lost a lot of y'all, but I'm just saying, I was speaking from the heart just then. Because I was gonna do a story on that, but I was like, nah, let's just go. Let's speak from the heart. Let's talk about this shit. Let me see if I hit everybody. I did hit everyone. Oh, this is what I didn't get into. So with Biden, we get this whole censorship thing, right? That we are experiencing now. We get censorship on social medias, right? Where we thought that in this country that we could speak freely no matter what the consequence was. even though that we know that there are consequences to our words when we speak freely, right? So much so that they were having these social media companies censor our speech. Because you gotta remember, these social media sites are not only in one country, they're in a lot other countries. And they have to, and these companies have to follow their laws as well. But these companies usually are based here in this country, so no matter how you flip it, most countries they don't have free speech. There's a lot of things that we say that they can't see, so they shut everything down. That's how we get into this one world government thing. What's going on with this whole one world government thing, of which the WEF, the World Economic Forum, is trying to roll out? Well, if you guys haven't been paying attention to my show, which you should be, because you learn a lot of good, cool shit over here, you will learn that I spoke about the CBDC, the Central Bank Digital Currency. I hope you guys know that they have a 12-week pilot program for this shit. The CBDC will try to destabilize the whole cryptocurrency part of this shit. Which, if you guys don't know, the CBDC, not the CBDC, sorry, the cryptocurrency, aspect, or I don't know what I'm trying to say here. Like, cryptocurrency within itself has dropped, which they say, this usually happens. So, it drops is a good time to buy when it does, and then when it goes back up, everything's cool again. I don't really know much about cryptocurrencies, but I do know this. I know it's kind of like the stock market or whatever, but you actually get a digital asset that is valuable in some way. What if I told you that these digital assets will be seized pretty soon from your government, because they only want you to use the CBDC. Also told you within that show when I spoke about this, the CBDC is your employer, and the government is going to be in charge of this. So let's say you say something on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, you say something that probably someone doesn't like, or let's say your country doesn't like. Well, they will be able to pinpoint you and control your CBDC in a way that if you go to the store, you try to buy something, the cashier can be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, sir, you won't be able to purchase these things because your CBDC won't allow you to. Although your currency is still there, you're just not allowed to use this currency at this point." We're about to roll into that. This is part of the WEF's plan. A lot of people, well, not people, a lot of countries, such as, I believe, Nigeria's one, Colombia, I believe, is another. Their currency is cryptocurrency. That's what they deal with. That's their currency of the country. So with this whole censorship thing, they're trying to censor us the best way possible. But we get Elon Musk. He takes over Twitter. A lot of people on the left did not like that, because does this foil a plan? Is the world that we know it supposed to go a certain way of how the left sees it, such as them grooming kids and assaulting them and you know, are we not supposed to speak freely anymore? Like, what's the deal with all of this shit going on at the time that it's going on? And like, it's going on right in front of us, and most people don't really give a fuck. I will tell you guys this week, while doing my research for some of these things, which I probably didn't do enough of like I usually do, is because for some reason I've been falling asleep while researching it. It's not that I'm tired of my, doing research. I'm pretty well. I have a pretty good amount of energy in me when I do my research for my shows. I just don't know. This week, I just didn't have the drive to give you guys I don't know. Like, I've been falling asleep in this here chair almost every night. My computer's on like 5 to 6 days out the week. Doing research for my topics and stuff. Most of the time, this week, I've been like this. I've been asleep. I don't know why. That it wasn't because like that wasn't the reason of yesterday that I didn't stream. I was trying to. Well, number one, it probably wouldn't have been a good stream because I didn't really get that much sleep because I was doing research. So, I usually do as much research on, Thursday night, going into Friday morning after I get off from work. I try to do as much research as possible after when I do, when I get the thumbnails ready for, the videos and stuff like that. I make sure that, I get the description written sometime throughout the week and all that. I didn't even do that until Thursday. I usually have that done by at least Tuesday. Then whatever else that I want to add on to the show, I then write that into the description as well, and then that gets sent out when I make the holding spot for the live show that you're watching now. So yeah, it's been a lot of shit going on this week with me. But I didn't think yesterday would have been a good stream as well, other than me trying to find a PS5, because I didn't have enough rest and I did not want to fall asleep while I was on stream. I've done that plenty of other times, and yeah, it's not really a good feeling. You sitting there for at least 5 minutes 5 minutes, and your eyes are closed with your head up, and people can see you. I did not want to do that, so that's one of the reasons why you guys didn't get a stream, other than me trying to find a PS5. So yeah, the whole conspiracy theory of this that I thought of was just a lot of shit that I'm seeing that doesn't look right anymore. And even if this video gets cut off, or if nobody sees it because it gets shadow banned, I got this out. I make sure I got this shit out. So that is the banter portion / pre-show portion of this show. So, again, let's go over the overview. The overview I will be talking about New York, the state of New York, allowing victims of sexual abuse to come forward. We're talking about Will Smith's interview. on the Daily Show to speak of his new movie, Emancipation, that will be coming out sometime next week. And I believe it's Friday of next week it comes out. And then it comes on to Apple TV Plus after that. And then I'll be speaking about the infamous Ye West and what he's been doing this whole week. So let's jump into it. So today, with the first topic, man, I got this wave of sex abuse lawsuits seen as New York opens the doors for victims. So this is what's going on, you guys. Let's play this video.
New law in New York will allow victims of sexual assault to file lawsuits against people who harmed them years ago. The new law in New York will allow victims of sexual assault to file lawsuits against people who harmed them years ago. Starting Thursday, the Adult Survivors Act will waive the normal deadlines for filing lawsuits over sex crimes. This one-year window will allow victims who suffered abuse years or even decades ago to file claims. The law mirrors the Child Victims Act, which allowed people who were minors at the time of their abuse to pursue claims. Now, for more on this, I want to bring in Liz Roberts and Jessica Levinson. Liz is the CEO of Safe Horizons. It's the largest sexual assault victim support organization in America. Jessica is a CBS News legal contributor. Liz, how will this new law help sexual assault victims?
So the Adult Survivors Act, which was signed into law this spring in New York State, really is a response to decades of laws that have really not recognized the reality of what sexual assault survivors go through. So we know that trauma takes time, and we know that when you've experienced sexual assault, there's a process of kind of coming to terms for yourself with what happened to you before you might be ready to really hold the person who harmed you accountable in any kind of public way. And so after years and years of having really overly restrictive statutes of limitations, the Adult Survivors Act creates a one-year look-back window for those survivors who were really prevented from pursuing justice in the civil courts.
Jessica, the clock starts tomorrow. What kind of cases could we see be filed under this new law?
Well, I think a wide array of cases. Of course, this covers civil suits. So we could potentially be looking at civil suits arising from alleged rape, assault, even crimes like incest. We know that there are some high-profile cases that are likely to be filed. For instance, the journalist E. Jean Carroll has said that she will avail herself of this particular law and that she will sue the former president for sexual assault. She previously, because the statute of limitations ran, she had to instead bring a defamation case, which was largely a backdoor way for a lot of people to try and litigate sexual assault cases that had actually could no longer be brought because of the statute of limitations. We're also going to see some cases, reporting indicates, by female prisoners against the Department of Corrections. So it'll be really interesting to see whether or not more of the cases are brought against individuals, or if under the corollary to this act, the act that applies to children who were victims of sexual assault, rape, and incest, we see more cases against organizations, like in that case, it was the Catholic Church and the Boy Scouts.
And Liz, I want to go back to something you said. You said, trauma takes time, and a lot of this healing does take time. Do you think a one-year window is enough?
Well, certainly survivors could use more, but our focus right now is to get the word out so that every survivor who might be eligible under this law has the opportunity to consider their options, consult with an attorney, and decide if moving forward with the case is the right thing to do for them.
And Jessica, just one more quick question. As we mentioned, this law is modeled after the state's Child Victims Act. It's unclear if there will be as many lawsuits as were filed under the Child Victims Act. Why is that?
So I think partly because, one, we just don't know what we don't know, but also because a lot of people, unfortunately, have fallen under the Childhood Victims Act, and therefore they might actually have already brought their cases. A lot of the abuse that we're talking about, apparently in these situations, began before people were 18. Now, of course, I think our reporting indicates that it may be less than under the Childhood Victims Act, but I will say we're not sure yet. I've talked to some attorneys, and I know there's been reporting by attorneys who say that a lot of people have come forward, but they're not sure if they want to actually bring the case. So we have to wait and see.
And Liz, let me ask you one more quick question. Do you think the court system here in New York is ready?
You know, I think it may be a challenge for the court system, but it is so important that every survivor has the opportunity to have their day in court. And I know that the court system will work very hard to address all the cases in a timely fashion. And as long as you file your case by the end of the 1-year window, you then have that opportunity to move forward.
Liz Roberts, Jessica Levinson, thank you very much for your time.
All right. So you heard what is happening, which is a good thing that this is going on, because these people deserve justice and they deserve their time in court, because, you know, when someone commits an atrocity like that against you, like, there's a lot of psychological shit that happens with that. So that then starts the clock of how people are, you know, how these people are going to react in society afterwards to them having such an atrocity done against them. So I got this article here. It's from Fox News, which there's a lot of black people watching. Probably look that funny right now, but it's only an article, so just listen. So it says, wave of sex abuse lawsuits seen. What up, Big Dickie? What's going on, man? It says, wave of sex abuse lawsuits seen as New York opens the door for victims. So it says sexual assault victims in New York will get one-time opportunity to sue over their abuse starting Thursday, which just happened, just passed, under a new law expected to bring a wave of allegations against prison guards, middle managers, doctors, and a few prominent figures, including former President Donald Trump. For 1 year, the state will waive the normal deadline for filing lawsuits over sex crimes, enabling survivors to seek compensation for assaults that happened years or even decades ago. Advocates say the Adult Survivors Act is an important step in the national reckoning over sexual misconduct and could provide a measure of justice to people who may have needed time to come forward due to trauma, embarrassment, or fear of retaliation. I feel like I've been in jail for almost 3 decades, said Liz Stein, 49, who says she was abused by the millionaire and notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein when she was a young woman. Well, let's stop there. Now, we all know that Epstein is dead. We all know Epstein is dead. And Ghislaine Maxwell probably is in jail. We don't know this because we didn't even get to see her trial. We just heard that she got such and such amount of time. During that trial, what did we not hear? Who other clients were? Now, a few of the clients came forward, such as Royal Prince Andrew. He had to come and, you know, give his testimony on the stand while being ripped of his noblehood. I guess that's what it's called. And, you know, nothing happened with that. No arrest happened. No nothing. Like, he wasn't arrested after that. He got to go back to Wales and live out his best life. Well, the remainder of his best life. So, We also get this. There's a client list of Epstein's clients that we've heard names of, but we don't entirely know if that is true. Now, this is what we did here. Who all rode on his private jets, such as Chris Tucker, Obama, Michelle Obama, Jay-Z, Beyonce, Biden, you named a famous person or dignitary or senator or whatever, they were on the plane. We just don't know if they were at the island. Now, from people who dig deep into this subject, they said, well, everybody that was on that flight log went to the island. And a lot of these girls have came forward, which they are now grown women now. All these women have came forward and said, hey, yo, like, this dude sexually assaulted me. Or this person that, we rode on the jet with, they sexually assaulted me. And I was only the age of 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and nothing happened. We're seeing this a lot. We're seeing this with this whole Balenciaga thing. We're seeing this, they had this ad that they ran, somebody approved it, and then we get pictures of kids with teddy bears, ugly ass teddy bears at that, with BDSM attire on, ropes, chains, and fucking handcuffs and shit. And someone looked at this ad campaign and was like, "Hold the fuck up, this shit ain't right. What the fuck are these assholes into?" So, like a lot of other companies, people went to their social media, of which they deleted all over across the board. They deleted their Twitter, they deleted their Instagram, they deleted their Facebook, they deleted every single bit of their social media. Then they came out with a statement saying, we're sorry, we didn't know how this went through, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, come on. They feel as though that we're stupid. They feel as though that we don't know that there's a chain of command that approves this shit. I can tell you because I work at a company where there's a chain of command that has to approve some shit. I work in the medical device industry, of which the FDA has to approve these products. So if I know that there's checks and balances for shit like that, how wouldn't I know that there's checks and balances in any other type of industry? Because that's not only the only industry I've worked in when it comes to manufacturing. I've worked in it would be considered environmental in manufacturing industry, where I made a filter for gas turbines for them to suck gas or petroleum out of the ground. You don't think that there was some sort of chain of command that had to be followed for them to enable to get this product on the market for these companies to buy, so they can, do whatever with it? Now, then we get Adidas. Balenciaga did deal with Adidas, along with Kim Kardashian. Now Kim Kardashian's making statements saying, I've had talks with the company and we're evaluating our partnership and all this other shit. And it's like, when you look at Kanye, when you look at Ye and the shit that he says now, I know this week he's been through some shit and he's been talking a lot of shit. We will get into that later on, but it's like, you can't stop to think, like, this dude's right. like about some of the shit he's been saying. So Jeffrey Epstein is dead. Ghislaine Maxwell is in jail or prison, a federal prison at that. And it's like a lot of this shit's is going on, such as the drag queen story hour at schools and shit. People telling, or teachers telling kids that they can be whatever gender that they want, even if they don't want to be a gender. You can be whatever that you want to be as a person. Like going past the chain of command of, well, maybe I should talk to their parents about this. And then a law comes into place to where you don't have to tell the parents anything. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. Now, I should have took a picture of this, which I believe I still have the picture, maybe. Hold on, let me see if I have it. Actually, I do, so I'm about to put it in here. So it was this thing I saw on Instagram, right? Let me enlarge this a little bit. So hold on, I need to enlarge a little bit more so you guys can actually see it. So this tweet I came across from a woman named Katie Martin. She says, I'm a kindergarten teacher, and every day I make my students choose new pronouns, and when they recite the Pledge of Allegiance, they have to say pride flag instead of flag of the United States of America, and gay instead of God. So this is what I wrote. So where I got this from was from a person named Lioness Crowned, which they got it from somebody named Clown World TM. So I put up a story on my Instagram and Facebook, and I said, you know what, homeschool or pod learning is looking pretty good right about now, right? Because for the simple fact that this shit is going on, like, you have no other choice. You have no other choice. And this shit is wild, yo. Like, they allowed this dude to get a hold of. Before we get into him, they've allowed Hollywood to get away with this shit. Why you think fucking Russell Simmons is living in Bangladesh right now? Because he was about to get found out that he's been messing with some young people, I don't know if his taste was boys, but he was friends with a director that was into boys, that had parties where it was a lot of grown men there and a lot of teenage boys at these pool parties, and then these boys would get sexually assaulted, of which they were actors or wanted to be actors and stuff like that. Hell, ask what's that Corey's name? It's not Corey Haim because he died. Corey, the other Corey, the two Corys back in the 80s were like best friends or whatever. Whatever the other Corey's name is, he had a documentary that I believe he wanted to come out, of which a lot of people was fighting him to put that out, for the simple fact that it would shine a light on all these directors, all these producers, all of these executive producers and actors and shit like that are sexually assaulting these young boys. And it's like, why is that a problem? I don't understand. Now, there's one more thing I wanted to say before I got back into the article. So you got Jeffrey Epstein, right? Notorious dude. He was linked to the owner of who owns the company that owns Victoria's Secret. And, he was flying girls out, flying young girls to his remote island that he owned or whatever. And he was getting massages and sometimes having sexual encounters with these young girls along with Ghislaine Maxwell. And for some reason, they killed this dude in jail, which makes no sense. And Ghislaine Maxwell is in jail, maybe. And I don't understand why they're allowing these people to get away with this shit. And then we hear that our president could be a fondler. And his son has him in his phone as Pedo Pete. Need I go on? It's a good thing that this law is in place, and they should abroad in all states put this law into place. Because then more light will be shined on whoever is out there assaulting kids, man. Sexually assaulting kids at that. Now let's get back into the article. So a quote comes up and says, "And it's more than time for me and the other victims to be free of the prison that we've been in, and for the people who are accountable to be held accountable. The law is modeled after the state's Child's Victim Act, which opens a 2-year window in 2019 during which almost 11,000 people sued churches, hospitals, schools, camps, scout groups, and other institutions over the abuse they said they suffered as children. Most states have opened such windows, did so only for people abused by as children, though New Jersey's included adults." I read that wrong. Most states that have opened such windows did so only for people abused as children, though New Jersey's including adults. New York will begin accepting electronic filings on Thanksgiving, which happened a week ago, 6 months after the law was signed by Governor Kathy Hochul. Lawyers say they have been getting calls from people considering lawsuits, mostly women. In quotes, "I think there will be a lot of women who will say, 'I think that's me,' because I think what happened at the Christmas party in 1998 wasn't right, and I couldn't tell anybody about it at the time, and they want me they want to tell somebody about it." Attorney Gene Christensen said. Legal action has already been promised on behalf of hundreds of women who say they were sexually abused while serving sentences at state prisons. A lawsuit against Trump is expected from E. Jean Carroll, a longtime advice columnist for Elle magazine, who says he raped her in a department store dressing room in the mid 1990s. Trump denies the allegations, calling Carroll made it up to sell a book. Carroll is already suing Trump for defamation, saying his denial and disparaging comments to the media damaged her reputation. Claims can be made against negligent institutions and the estates of dead people. So it's going to be a lot of women who were assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein and various others that will come up and be like, "Hey, yo, this dude sexually assaulted." And we need, as the American people, we need to learn the names of the people who actually did this shit. We really do. We really need to know who was in Epstein's circle and who was on that damn island. Or better yet, how about we put Ghislaine Maxwell in a hardened prison with women who do foul shit to each other, such as rape each other, stab each other, and all that other shit. How about you put her there so she gets so scared she's like, fuck it, I'm gonna talk. Call somebody up, tell them come here. I want to talk. I want to talk about what happened. Now, get back to this article. Some are expected. Hold on. Some are expected from women who were inspired to come forward by the Me Too movement, only to be told that too much time has passed to take legal action. It's unclear whether there will be as many lawsuits as were filed under the Child Victims Act. Now let's talk about that. We do know that R. Kelly was found guilty in the state of New York, which I believe in the state of Illinois. No, I'm sorry, in the state of Minnesota. No, Minnesota is a city. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I got it right. No, Minnesota is the state, I believe. You can tell I haven't been in geography class in a while. Let me see. That's not. Yeah, Minnesota. I was right. Yes, Minnesota. R. Kelly had a case in Minnesota, which I believe he got off on. So his crimes in New York and Chicago, I believe, he got sentenced for. Now I don't know if they are running concurrent or they're two separate. If they're two separate sentencing, but we'll, like I said, when that stuff came up, we probably won't see Buddy until he's like 70, if not 80 years old or so. He'll probably be the new Ron Isley. Ron Isley did some time. Not for that, I believe for taxes. And we probably won't see him until he's Ron Isley's age, and he'll probably be making some more innuendo songs. So getting back into the article, that law attracted many lawyers because of the possibility of verdicts against deep-pocketed institutions involved in caring for or educating children. Stein's lawsuit, to be filed by her lawyer, Margaret Maybe, will be against Epstein's longtime companion, Ghislaine Maxwell, and other parties. Stein was working at a shop in Manhattan in 1994 when she met Maxwell, who introduced her to Epstein. Maxwell is serving a 20-year sentence for helping Epstein sexually abuse underage girls. Maxwell's attorneys did not immediately respond to an email request for comment. Epstein killed himself in jail in 2019, so they say, and after his arrest on sex trafficking charges. In addition to the high-profile claims, there will be many more cases that don't get publicized said Liz Roberts, CEO of the Victim Assistance nonprofit Safe Horizon. Roberts said that for many survivors, just telling their story can be can be um, can be healing. I'm just finding my voice and I'm just learning how powerful that can be, said Lori Mo. I don't know. Maldonado, I guess is how you say it. One of the scores of women who say they were molested during examinations by New York City's gynecologist, Robert Haddon. Haddon surrendered his medical license after being convicted in 2016 on sex-related charges in state court. He has pled not guilty to federal charges of sexual abusing many young and unsuspecting female patients for over 2 decades. The medical institutions that employed hold on, Columbia University, Irving Medical Center, and New York Presbyterian, in New York Presbyterian, have already resolved claims by 225 women, including one group of 147 that recently settled for 165 million. They said hold on, that's a lot of people for that amount of money. Hold on. Nah, fuck it, I won't do the math. Anyway, they said in a statement that they remain open to settling other claims, irrespective of the Adult Survivors Act, while the Child Victims Act received a lot of publicity when its window opened in 2019. Some advocates are worried too few people are aware of the one opening for adults. Safe Haven last week launched a public awareness campaign featuring survivors, including a public service announcement and a news conference in Times Square. We're just keenly aware that a year is a short time, Roberts said. So basically, going over all of this, they're allowing adults, which the law coincides just like with the Child Victims Act law. It's the same thing. So a lot of women are going to be coming out. A lot of women probably who were assaulted by Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein. You heard Trump's name, the doctor, Robert Hayden. He's in this. I don't know who the hell that guy is, but there's going to be a lot of claims in the state of New York. But I'd say this. Are they going after synagogues? Because a lot of shit happens there as well. I know they said churches, but are they going after synagogues? Now, I'm not coming after the Jewish people as if I hate them. I'm not Kanye. I'm just saying. There was a lot of shit that I heard about these rabbis being arrested in the state of New York a long time ago. And one of the reasons were this, is that they were giving young boys herpes, which I don't know if they received oral herpes or genital herpes from these these rabbis, of which one of the practices of what I heard that these rabbis were doing to these kids is they would bite the foreskin off of these young boys' private parts, babies at that. That's just what I heard. I don't know if it's true. That's just what I heard. They usually say, don't believe everything that you hear. I didn't believe it. I'm just saying that's just what I've heard. That's what I've read. So, I just want to know if something's gonna get done with that. Like, are they gonna go after these synagogues? But with that being said, look, people, I gotta use the bathroom real fast. Here we go with these motherfucking bots, man. Hold on, yo. These bots can't get enough of getting removed. Let me report them first, or I remove it. Okay, then I'll remove your ass. It didn't remove you. Alright, let me do it from here now. Alright, people, I have to use the bathroom real fast, so take 5 minutes. Fill up what's in your cup, roll your joint, do whatever. But within 5 minutes, I will be back. So 5 minutes, y'all. All right, y'all. I know I said 5 minutes, but I wanted to get back here. Anyway, so next story is Will Smith's Trevor Noah interview gets split reaction. So I don't know if you guys have seen this interview. Will Smith made an appearance on Trevor Noah's show, The Daily Show. It was to promote his new movie that's happening right now called Emancipation, where Will Smith plays the, I won't call him a famous slave, but he plays the famous the famous slave that was portrayed in the picture, the Civil War era picture, where you see the slave with a lot of like whelps on his back. They basically go into like a deeper dive on that person and the things that he had to endure and stuff like that. So with that, Trevor Noah brings up the infamous Oscar slap, and he, asked him how did he feel at that moment, like what was he thinking, and this is what Will had to say. Now, I covered this whole Will Smith thing a few times. One of those times I said, you don't know what people are going through. We don't know what was going on. We don't know why he slapped Chris that night, of which we knew that Chris made a statement years prior about Jada, which I believe the statement, well, the joke was Jada's leading a Oscar So White protest, but she wasn't invited. Like, I kind of put that on it, like, oh, he was talking shit and this is Will Smith getting his payback. But I did say, like, we don't know what Will has been going through. We gotta remember, it's been it was a lot of shit going on in the Smith household. The whole Red Table Talk, where Will Smith sat down with Jada, talked about the whole August Alsina thing, and people calling him a cuck and he's a punk and all this other shit. And then his book comes out, and then he tells us about how he's been this scared little boy all of his life, and he just wants to make people happy and laugh and all that other shit. And with that being said, it's like that shit gets tiring. Some people say we saw the real Will Smith that night. I said this. Have y'all niggas been to West Philly before? Like, it's not a cakewalk. Like, I hope y'all don't think that West Philly is like this, like, pompous fucking area. It's not. Liberty City is. But anyway, I hope you guys don't think that Will Smith's upbringing in the neighborhood he lived in was hunky-dory. He had his dad that beat his mother up all the fucking time. So he has that to deal with for the rest of his life. He has, people, him being in the public eye and people looking at him in a certain light. And it's like, sometimes people are going to piss you the fuck off. No matter how they present themselves to you, they're gonna piss you the fuck off at one point in life. Well, this is the time that Will Smith pissed y'all off. But since we're in this whole cancel culture shit and all this other bullshit, you guys was like, you know what? Let's throw the baby out with the bathwater, because Will Smith shouldn't be acting like this, because we've never seen him like this before. And it's like we don't know these people at all. I hope you guys know this. Like, Will Smith presented himself as a character. So we already didn't know Will Smith to begin with. Then he shares his life with us in the book. That should bring you at least a tad bit closer to him. Not a whole lot, but just at least you learning about the shit that he's been through in his life. And it's like, well, oh, I didn't know that about him. I didn't know, which this is the funny part. I didn't know that this dude would have sex so much that he would throw the fuck up afterwards. I didn't know that. Like, there's a whole bunch of shit that we didn't know that we then found out, where we should be looking at Will like, oh, he's human just like us. Because if you guys didn't know, actors are human. Well, some of them are. Some of them are. Anyway, let's get back into the video. Hold on, Trevor. How is that not who Will is? Will Smith in France smacked the shit out of what was it, a fan or somebody for getting too fucking close. So is that not Will Smith? Because Will Smith, he's a known smacker. Like, he smacks the shit out of people. I believe there's a video out there where, like, all the times where he smacked somebody. And other than the Chris time, in his time in France promoting the movie, there's been various other times where he smacked the shit out of somebody. So, you know, Will Smith smacks the shit out of people. Just to let y'all know. If you get too close, talk too much shit, you're gonna get smacked the fuck out of by Will Smith. At all, because we know you can have your jokes, but just don't make them too damn personal. Which, you know, I also said Chris making that joke was a little insensitive because, number one, Chris said he didn't know that Jada was dealing with alopecia. Now, although, you know, alopecia may not be like a serious disease to somebody, but you gotta remember what Jada looked like before she had alopecia. She had long hair, shoulder length, if not back length hair. You know, and we all know what hair is for black women. So it's like she's going through this whole ordeal with her health or whatever. She's losing her hair. She may not feel pretty to herself. Doesn't matter what everybody else says, but it's like Jada probably doesn't feel that way about herself. So how is it that as a person for herself, how can she make herself, because we all know with the whole Smith, you know, situation that they got going on, you know, Will doesn't make her happy. She doesn't make Will happy. So it's like, you know what I mean? They bring their happiness together and show how they make themselves happy. But this is what I'm saying. Sometimes, like Will said, sometimes you just don't know. Like, you don't know if Jada cries on Will's shoulder every night because she lost her hair. We don't know this. We're not in the Smith household, nor will they tell us that. We don't know what's going on, like, in the Smith household on a day-to-day basis. All we see is them doing premieres, and, you know, Jada does her red table talk. That's all we see. Goddamn right, Cannon. She is fine. Hair or no hair. She's fine as shit. But this is one thing that we got to put in perspective, though. How does Jada feel about herself on a day-to-day? I don't know. Let's continue the video. We only got probably, like a minute and so, some change on it, so let's continue.
Is it hard?
All right. So, this article, I believe, is short. I hope so. I got some meat on this, so I'll probably pick a few sentences out of this because I want to get to the main event. Because we got Canon Hotep here, and I hope he comes up to talk about this. You know what I'm saying? We got one of the Hoteps in the building, y'all. We got Canon fucking Hotep up in here. So shouts out to Canon Hotep for gracing my chat. I always hope for one of the Hoteps to come to my show and be like, yo, I like what Buddy doing right here. He's doing a solid. So the The article is Will Smith recent sit down with Daily Show's Trevor Noah has been met with varied reactions from Hollywood insiders. Smith previously apologized to Chris Rock for hitting him at the Oscars earlier this year in a video he released on his social media in July. On Monday's episode of Noah's Comedy Central Late Show, Smith took part in the first interview since the incident aired, while promoting his new film Emancipation. Smith, 54, said on the incident, "There's many nuances and complexities to it, but at the end of the day, I just lost it." Industry sources shared mixed reactions with people about the emotional interview and whether audience will be willing to move past the Oscar moment. It's almost the end of the year. Like, the Oscars is coming right back around. Motherfuckers ain't got over that shit yet. Like, it's like he did it because he explained this time around, not with the apology, but he explained, I was going through some shit. So someone can take his human to where it's like, look, I was going through some shit, yo. Like, I don't know what came over me. Like, that shit didn't really sit with me that well, and I didn't like it, so I did what I did. And he also said it wasn't right as well. So it's like, y'all don't want to go and see his movie because y'all not over him slapping somebody? Like, get the fuck out of here, yo. Like, nobody holds a grudge like that. Like, women don't even hold a grudge like that. Like, that shit is tiring. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Now, about the interview, a veteran studio publicist sources says, I thought he was doing a good job, but he did two things that bothered me. No one gives a fuck about your feelings, sir. He never said he was sorry again, and he didn't address Chris Rock again. He did this shit already. What the fuck you want him to do? Grovel every fucking time? Like, what the hell is wrong with people, yo? I'm sorry for hitting Chris. And like, no, he ain't gotta do that every time. As a fan, as me speaking as a fan, he doesn't have to do that every time. He said his sorry on video. Chris said he won't fucking speak with him. So, like, what do you want him to do? Like, what do you want him to do? Like, hunt him down and be like, yeah, let me, see where Chris is at so I can apologize to him. Will Smith said whenever he's ready to talk about what happened, then it won't even be publicized, and I hope it doesn't. I hope they just sit down as two men and they talk out their differences. Like, yo, I'm sorry for blah blah blah, whatever. I didn't understand how you felt about this and that, blah blah blah. And we don't need to even see that shit. Like, it's not even our business. Maybe that's on purpose, but when he said, I have to accept myself as being a flawed human, it was a little bit of I'm letting myself off the hook. That wouldn't be him letting himself off the hook. He sees that he's like everyone else, because everyone is flawed. So since he sees himself as a flawed human being like everyone else, such as yourself, whoever the fuck you are, he's not gonna sit there and apologize. Like, I wouldn't sit and apologize every fucking time that I did something wrong to somebody. Like why would I do that? Now, I wanted to hear something about the work he's doing. He shared that with us already. I do believe he's gutted, but I need more humility. The source adds. I don't think this automatically shifts him into a different position in the Oscar race, but I do accept that he recognizes he's jeopardized the work of all these artists, which he spoke about in the interview. If you guys watch the full interview, he says, sometimes I lose sleep at night because I know that the film can't be submitted for everyone else because he said himself that most people, a lot of the actors that's in the movie, they did some of the most outstanding work that they've done in years. But he feels slighted that these actors can't be recognized for their skills on the screen because of his fuck up. So I don't know where this dude's getting his information from, but he needs to shut the fuck up. How about that? Let's see. Let me move past some of this. Plus, let me add this. There was a lot of people that was excited to see Will in that audience. So we can see as fans, a lot of us have moved past this whole Oscar slap thing. But I don't know what's up with Hollywood where they're like, yeah, let me stick the knife in a little bit further because I don't trust them like that no more because it's Hollywood out here. Like when somebody wrongs one person, they wrong us all. Like, how about you shut the fuck up and take several seats? How about that? So, Chris Rock, to be clear, I'm moving down this page a little bit. Hold on. Another longtime industry PR executive says, I will tell you that my position is this. Audiences love him. The industry loves him. What hurt so much is that the slap is that it was one of the most beloved actors of our generation. The source continues. It may not be today or tomorrow, or specifically this Oscar season, but as horrible as the movement was, people wish it never happened and would love to be able to move on. Chris Rock, to be clear, deserves a lot of credit for that. Had he handled it differently, he had every right to do so. We'd all be in a different place. Basically saying if Chris would have smacked the shit out of Will back or punched him, or a fight would have erupted on the stage, they would be looking at this shit differently. Because as black folks, we would be like, get the popcorn. Let's see. Jeff Bach, a media analyst at Exhibitor Relations Co., tells people that the awards campaign surrounding emancipation is obviously fully conceived and constructed for Smith to be brought back into the good graces of audiences, more so than advertising the film itself. Smith, who resigned from the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences and was banned from attending the ceremonies for the next 10 years, said in a video earlier this summer that he had been doing a lot of thinking and personal work. In the months since the incident, he said, I've reached out to Chris, and the message that came back is that he's not ready to talk, and he will reach out. I don't know why the hell they wrote it like that. So I will say to you, Chris, I apologize to you. My behavior was unacceptable, and I'm here whenever you're ready to talk. Smith explained at the time that he is trying to be remorseful with being ashamed of myself, adding, I'm human, I made a mistake, and I'm trying to not think of myself as a piece of shit. During his Daily Show appearance, he told Noah, I guess what I would say, you just never know what somebody's going through. You just don't know what's going on with people. When I was going through something that night, not that that justifies my behavior at all. In Emancipation stars as Peter, a man whose escape from slavery forces him to rely on his wits, unwavering faith, and deep love for his family as he runs from slave hunters in through Louisiana on this journey towards freedom. The upcoming movie is inspired by the 1986 photo of whipped Peter taken during a Union Army medical examination, that first appeared in Harper's Weekly. The synopsis reads: Emancipation is in select theaters Friday and streaming on Apple TV Plus on December 9th. So, although black folks don't want to see another goddamn slave film, yeah, Ken, I was still a fan after the slap my damn self. But although black people don't want to see another slavery movie, but Will said this, that his daughter Willow asked him, "Pop, do we really need another slave movie?" So Will said that he said back to Willow is that, "I promise you, it's not another slave film. It's a freedom film." So since it's Will, I believe once it comes out on Apple TV Plus, I'm gonna see what it's about. Because I was always intrigued in seeing like what the story was behind that dude in the first place. So, it's not very many history books written on that guy. So I would like to see the movie to start my research on him, and then do some research afterwards to see what this guy was really about. Not like a 2-hour version of getting to know him. So, I hope everyone else goes to see the movie either in theaters or on Apple TV Plus to see what it's all about. Now, moving into the meat of all of this. Ye been out here wilding, hasn't he? Like, Ye just been out here doing the most. I don't even think he's really been doing the most. He probably hasn't been doing enough. And I would say with this iteration of him doing what the fuck he's doing, all my other videos, I was like, yeah, fuck it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm behind him. Until he made certain statements where I'm like, all right, man, like, you done fucked up the party, man. What's wrong with you? Like, what are you doing? Talking about Dolph and them. Like, what the fuck is you doing, dog? Anyway. But first, before we get into any of that foolishness, Ye and Kim have settled their divorce finally after 2 years of them being separated. So let's get into that real fast. I have a short article on that, and then we will get into the rest of the meat of all this.
Kim Kardashian and Kanye West have officially settled their divorce.
Yep.
This settlement comes nearly 2 years after the reality star filed for divorce from the rapper, ending their 6-year marriage.
What are all of the possibilities that can happen? What's my life going to look like? I really want to be active for my kids.
ET's learned Kim and Kanye will share joint custody of their 4 kids with, quote, equal access. But Kim will still have the children the majority of the time. They share 9-year-old North, 6-year-old Saint, 4-year-old Chicago, and 3-year-old Psalm.
I do have, a family that I have to just be positive and get it together for.
The settlement confirmed Kanye will fork over $200,000 per month in child support.
For what? Like, what the fuck is for what? Kim got money. Kim is still a billionaire. So Kim wants to be linked to Kanye with all his fuck shit he be doing for the next what? How old is their youngest? 3 years old. So let's see. North was born 2011 or whatever. So roughly about 20 some odd years they're gonna be linked. Kim, you really want to do that? You saw what he said Thursday night. You want to be linked to this nigga like that? Well, I'm saying you're already linked to him. You had kids with him, but I'm saying you want to be linked to him every month for the next 20 some odd years? Is you fucking crazy? Now, let's get on to this child support shit. $200,000. Thousand. Are you nuts? What the hell is he paying for that she can't pay for? Not saying that he shouldn't, but I'm saying he loves his kids enough that he gets them all the time. So what the fuck is he paying child support for? I guess it's just California. That's what they want. But this is what I'm saying here. Kanye has to fork over $200,000. Excuse me. A month, and like no one sees a problem with that. Kanye, get with 50, because 50, he laid out with his first baby mom how much he would be paying a month for his oldest son, and he put all that money for however many years he had to pay that into an account. And she'll get lump sums of money. Kanye, get with 50, see how he did it, so you can do that. Now, I don't know how much money that'll be, but just if you want to not worry about that, just make sure you get with 50. Now, let's finish the video, then I'll get into this article.
Also responsible for an equal share of the kids' school and security expenses.
To definitely have our rules is the best that you can do.
According to their prenup agreement, both Kim and Kanye waived any spousal support and division of assets, but any dispute regarding their kids will be resolved through mediation.
It's not an easy transition.
During the contentious divorce and custody battle, Kanye made many claims, including accusing Kim of not allowing him to see his kids. In one instance, he alleges he didn't get an invite to his daughter's Chicago's 4th birthday party.
We have different views sometimes. We have different things.
At the time, a source told ET that Kim was, quote, overwhelmed and upset by Kanye's outburst, adding Kim's main priority has always been their children. Her goal has always been to have a healthy, co-parenting relationship with Kanye where both of them are involved.
It was really tough for me.
Nearly a year later, seems the two are on the same page and leaving things on good terms.
Well, let's hope that all of this is who the hell am I kidding? It's gonna be some fuck shit. It's gonna be some fuck shit with that. Anyway, let's Kim Kardashian and Kanye West have come to a divorce agreement. A source with knowledge of the negotiations tells CNN. Per their agreement, a draft of which was obtained by CNN, Kardashian will receive $200,000 per month in child support from West, who last year legally changed his name to Ye, and share joint custody of their 4 children. CNN has reached out to representatives of Kardashian and West for comment. Kardashian filed divorce from West in February 2021, citing irreconcilable differences. The couple married in a lavish wedding in Italy in 2014. In March 2022, Kardashian was declared legally single after being granted a request to change her marital status. Now, I forgot what I was watching and where I don't know if it was. I don't think it was Hotep's Been Told You, but I was watching somebody's podcast, and they Cannon, was it your podcast with Jay where y'all asked if all these people were of the untouchable persuasion? But anyway, they had said that a lot of the motherfuckers that fucked him over, and the reason why he's going through a lot of this shit is because a lot of them are Jewish. So to say, we all know that because he's going DEFCON on the untouchable community. But they said that a lot of people, such as Pete, they said Pete's a Jewish dude, and Kanye kind of lost his mind afterwards because he found out how well endowed Pete was. Pause. I said Peter, and anyway, pause. Anyway, and then all of his deals and shit. So whatever. So he's taking his frustrations out on the Untouchables. So anyway, where was I at? Okay, in an interview with Vogue earlier this year, the Skims founder explained what led to her high-profile split, saying that for so long, I did what made people happy, and that she decided I'm going to make myself happy. She said, even if that creates changes and causes my divorce, I think it's important to be honest with yourself about what really makes you happy. But this is what she left out. Kim isn't really like wife material. That I believe that's true, Cannon. I need to put Cannon's Cannon says I think his mother kept the wolves away, and when she passed, it was an open season. Damn, ooh shit. Cannon, come up here right now. We need to talk about that. The link is in the description box. I mean, not the description box. Sorry, it's pinned in the chat. We need to talk about that like ASAP. I'll say, damn, what I got down here. I'll get to the stuff with you, but we need to talk about that. Because that's protective that I won't even say his mother was that protective, but I would say that it was a dynamic in their relationship that I feel as though didn't their relationship dynamic was what's the word I'm looking for? Kanye and his mom's relationship dynamic was something that we've never seen before in the whole entertainment space or whatever. Like most of the time, with child actors and stuff, like we never see their parents at all. All right, I got you. So most of the time with child actors, like we never see their parents. Like we didn't know who Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen's parents were. We didn't know who Taj Murray and Tia and Tamara's parents were. Like with all these people, we didn't know. Kanye comes into the fray. First person that we know of that that he loves a lot is his mom. We've never seen that before. So, with that being said, it's like his mom was sort of like a protector, and as Cannon said, and I'll bring his comment back up because he hit that shit on the nose. His mom kept the wolves away. Now let's look at that in a metaphoric sense, right? Let's look at like, I don't know. Let's say like you're in a forest, and let's say you're hurt, and instead of the wolves eating you, they protect you and they nurse you back to health, right? So that keeps a lot of the predators away. Bears, other packs of wolves, shit like that, right? Birds, predatory birds and shit. So the person that, gave you everything that educating you and stuff like that, and all of this stuff, right? Person suddenly dies. Well, that life raft that Ye had is no longer there for him to sit on and drift into the ocean until a lot of shit smooths over until he comes back to shore. Now all of these critters that Mama Wolf help shun back, get the fuck out, get out of here, right? All of those predators get to come. All the bears, all of the predatory birds, other packs of wolves come. Lions and tigers see what's going on and they want some. To where they're feeding on them now. To where, he's getting, from what Ye said, he was diagnosed wrongfully, right? The links in the chat. Just it's the blue hold on, let me show you. It's right here. It's right there in the chat. So yeah, you get that. You get him, getting wrongfully diagnosed, which I got the DSM-5 is right here. I read off them saying that he's bipolar. I read that off. I read what? It's two factions of it. And it wasn't a lot that I saw that I was like, oh, well, okay. I don't see anything. All right, I see. Here you come. Everybody, we got Canon Hotep in the building. What's going on, man? Watch the show all the Hoteps. What's up with you, man?
Not much. Yeah, no, I was all situated. I was doing some stuff in here earlier. Yeah, no, I was thinking about this the other day, right? I was like, man, he got some battle damage, right?
Right.
He's scarred up, bro. So I'm just sitting there like, none of this stuff was going on when Donda was around, right?
Right.
You know what I mean? And then when she went, everything just kind of went by the wayside. I think he had his grieving moments, but I also think because his mother was a smart woman, you know what I mean? We don't know what her role was at, while he was in his music career. But I'm willing to bet, just like I do when I need some advice. Hey, Ma, what you think about this? Right. What you think about this person, Ma? How you feel about this? You know what I mean?
Yeah, he doesn't have that anymore.
He ain't got that no more. You feel me? Hey, Ma, what you think of? She was steering him in the right. She was probably his conscience. You know what I mean? She was his Jiminy Cricket. She was that little angel on the right shoulder. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I think once she went, whether she was quote unquote, sacrificed or not, according to Kanye, the wolves attacked.
I had this before you came up. I don't know if you heard. I was saying, let's take that metaphor in perspective. Let's say Kanye was hurt some sort of way, metaphorically, right?
Right.
And Donda was the wolf that didn't attack.
Right.
Actually helped Kanye. Nursed him back to health, fed him all that. Taught him everything that he should know while being in the wild. And
right.
She was that life raft of, let's say, shit got hairy in the industry. Let me throw my life raft out. My mom, let me drift out to sea for a little bit. Let me soak up what she has to tell me. and then I'll come back to shore and do whatever. He doesn't have that anymore. So those the other faction of wolves, the bears, the lions, and the tigers,
Yeah.
and the predatory birds, they're all coming down to him now and feeding on him.
Yeah, feeding on them. Right, exactly. Vampires, bro.
Right.
You got to be careful because like people don't understand. Like you got like the Dracula vampires and all that other stuff, but you also got people who can suck your energy, man. They can take your mojo, your swag. They out to just take you for all you worth and leave you lifeless on the street.
I.e., his ex-wife.
Exactly. Look at they're all vampires. Look what happened to every person that they date. I think Reggie Bush might have been the only person that got away unscathed. You know what I mean? So like it's sad, man. But I think that she kept them wolves away. You know what I mean? But even now, like I don't even trust Nick Fuentes and Milo.
I don't either. And this is why, right? So Ye been doing this whole, going after the untouchable faction for a month or so now.
Yeah.
So he then added 2 people that I guess was banned from the internet, I guess. I don't know. Like hearing these guys, like the first time I heard Milo was on Tim's show.
Right.
Like I didn't know nothing about this dude until he spoke for however many hours that he did.
Yeah, I had my eye on Milo for a while. Like when since Milo, like not since he hit the scene, because he hit the scene during Gamergate. I wasn't really paying attention to that. But when he really started getting out there for Trump and stuff like that, I started to see him all over the place, and I thought he was an anomaly. You had a gay chosen person,
right,
who liked black men, right? Mm-hmm. Made the left short circuit. They didn't know how to react to that. They was calling them all sorts of Nazis and shit like that, and they didn't know, the left didn't know how to react. And then on top of that, he was well versed in debating. You know what I mean? He would just scorch earth, and people couldn't deal with him. Until I forgot what it was that got him out of the light. I think they just pushed that whole white supremacist thing at that point. You know what I mean? But Milo is a grifter, period. Now all of a sudden he ain't gay, and he was on TBN selling like Christian Bibles and stuff like that at one point, I think like a few months ago.
I believe he said that the last time he was on Tim, not with Ye, but I believe when Tim gave him that whole 2 hours to talk, I think he said that, I believe.
Yeah, he don't like men's no more. He don't like the men's no more. But it was just like I'm saying, it was a grift. It was all a grift. He's like you think Candace Owens is the queen? Milo's the king of grifting.
The thing is, I've been paying attention to Candace lately. Like, you know what I'm saying? I won't, like I say on my show all the time, I'm not a leftist, I'm not a rightist, I'm not a centrist, I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat, I'm a free thinker.
Yeah.
So I've been listening to some shit that Candace been having to say on her show. I paid attention. Like one day I was like, let me give Candace a chance. Let me hear what she has to say. And on one of her shows, she was speaking about like the whole like Ye going on Drink Champs and saying the things that he was saying. And then like maybe like a week later, when all of that stuff about his trainer came out, she did a show talking about MK Ultra, and somehow she factored Ye into that with his trainer.
Right.
So I was paying attention to it, and I was sitting there, I was like, she's right. Like, this dude, he was attached to Brittany Murphy. Brittany Murphy died in a bathtub, which is synonymous to how she died in the movie.
Amy
Winehouse. She drug overdose, right?
Drug overdose.
And then then he has Lizzo as a client. Well,
Ellen or Elliot Page, whatever it is now.
Page. So it's like,
Everybody he helps.
Yeah, is he the reason why most of these people are, fucked up?
Yeah, every person he helps is better off dead. And it always makes me go back to that movie Zoolander. And I was talking about that on my show one time before. Like, it might have been with HJ actually. I was talking about Zoolander. It's like, yo, like it's a comedy, but come on, yo, like celebrities who get MK Ultra into doing stuff or whatever. I was like, come on. I was like, it's gotta be something to that. You know what I mean? But
which is also, I don't know if you ever seen the movie Josie and the Pussycats. Have you saw the live action movie of that? It has Rosario Dawson, one of the girls that played in American Pie, and the main chick was the love interest in what's that damn teen, that 90s teen movie where it's like a geeky girl, and then I think it's Freddie Prinze Jr. Takes her to prom and does her up like as like a beauty queen and stuff like that, and now she's the prettiest girl in the school.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't remember the name of the movie.
So in Josie and the Pussycats, they did subliminal messaging because they would hide the subliminal messaging underneath of their music.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, like I saw that movie when I was probably like 13 years old, and it's kind of crazy that, like you said, they put that into the movies.
Yeah, life imitates art, man.
Right. So it's like
art imitates life per se.
With the whole Ye thing, it's like when he came out, and this is one thing that I had a problem with him saying. He said once he got into the industry, he started having all these handlers. So my whole thing was, so Dame Dash appointed handlers to you? Like, he doesn't look like the type of dude that would do some shit like that.
Oh, see, that's the thing. See, you gotta look 2 levels deeper. Rockefeller Records. Who was Rockefeller Records' parent company?
Oh, Def Jam.
Who owned Def Jam?
Universal.
Rick Rubin.
Oh yeah.
Rick Rubin.
Oh,
so yeah. So not only was
Untouchable faction?
Say it again.
Is he a part of the Untouchable faction?
Yeah, part of the Untouchable faction.
Oh shit.
You know what I mean? So you always gotta look. You always like, just like what people was like with I was putting it with people with because people wanted to go with the whole thing, the whole theory with Takeoff. I was like, okay, well he's with a black music record label. I said, yeah, but who's the parent company?
Who is the parent company of Quality Control?
I think is it Universal as well, or was it Columbia?
Is it
Universal? I think it might be Columbia.
Because most of
it might be Universal, but again, Universal is also owned by one of the Untouchables.
Most of these new rappers I do not listen to.
Yeah, I don't either. But if I did listen to Migos, Takeoff I think he was the better rapper.
Like after I would say around 2013, I think that's when Good Kid, Mad City came out. If not 2012,
yeah,
that was my cutoff. I was like, if nobody is better than Kendrick, I'm not listening to you. And I wasn't really that big on West Coast rap. Like,
Universal is the parent company.
Oh wow!
Go look up who owns music. Who owns Universal, or the CEO?
Let's see. Is the CEO?
Hello, everyone.
Lucian.
About fair
Oh my
use.
gosh!
It's the law. Warning. Federal law allows citizens.
How do you say his last name? Greenwich
or
Lucian
Grange, I guess. I don't know, but yeah, he's you know what I mean.
Untouchable.
Yeah,
our British Untouchable.
British, yeah.
This is called fair use.
Milo's a British Untouchable as well.
This is a criticism.
You know what I mean?
Man,
just saying, like, people, that's the funny part about Kanye West is that, black folks was like, yeah, we already know that though. That's what I was saying that one time before. Like, yo, black folks already know that. Like, but they couldn't get black folks on board with it, so they had to use George Floyd.
Right. Okay. Now, in the beginning of my show, I kind of went over some of the things I've been thinking, like over probably like the past 2 weeks. I'll give you the short version of it.
Mm.
So I've been thinking this, like, I feel like at a certain point in time, the American government basically said to themselves, it's too much to govern and to take care of these people all at the same time. We got to let one go.
Mm-hmm.
So my whole thing was with that, we're self-governing ourselves, such as cancel culture, Me Too, Black Lives Matter, Antifa, all this other crazy shit that's going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of put it up as as sort of a civil war, like a digital civil war we've been going through that kind of spilled out into the streets. And then when we get to the government part of this, let's say that they're like a foreign entity in all of this.
Mm-hmm.
They dropped the bomb on us, which was the pandemic. Well, what we've been reading in conspiracy and with certain parts in the Georgia Guidestones and shit, they want to call the population to 50 million,
mm-hmm.
which the world population just reached 8 billion. Just what, like last week, like 2 weeks ago or something like that. The study, I believe. Okay. So it's like, if they can't do what they have to do, and they're allowing us to self-police ourselves the way that's been going on, and we've been doing a bad job at it, what better thing to do other than to kill some of us all?
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of the stuff that they try to get through, right? The stuff that they use to make it seem like, you know, they use the push cancel culture and the push all these ideas on us is our entertainment. You know what I mean? Like, I always quote Lupe Fiasco. You know, he had a song. I think it was called The Box. It was like he just sits and listens to the people in the box. Everything he sees, absorbs and adopts it. He mimics and he mocks it. But he hates the box, but he can't remember how to stop it. So he continues to watch it. You know what I mean? So it's like, basically saying like, we get our culture and everything is given to us by way of music and Hollywood.
Right.
So they use that and they just plant the seed, and then we just take it and run with it. That's how that works. You know what I mean? Now, as far as the Cove base, what I like to call it, yeah, I said that the other day. I forgot who I was talking to. You can't just go off a bunch of people, right? We know the Georgia Guidestone said you keep everything under 500 million in perfect perpetual whatever with nature, but you can't just go out here and just murk a bunch of people, right? To get that number, you gotta make them willingly take themselves out of here. So, like, if you go on like my Rumble channel, I've done videos on, the Yamin and these quote unquote clots that they finding in people.
Yeah, I saw when y'all started to promote the Die Suddenly movie, so I immediately went to go watch it because, you know, if the Hoteps ain't telling y'all the right shit, right, who else is?
The funny part is that I did a stream on Rumble because I couldn't do it. Well, first I couldn't do it on YouTube because they had me suspended.
Right. So yeah, I'm familiar. I'm familiar with what y'all do.
Yeah. So I did. So I went on Rumble and did a stream a month before, and I was like, "Yo, these parasites, bro. These parasites, right?" I'm like, "That's what this is. It's like tapeworm. That's what it looks like, and it's synthetic, and it's like venom. And what it's doing is, like, if you're familiar with Spider-Man and Venom, yeah, you know, the symbiote, and you know, it invades the host. Either the host is viable, the host can live with it, or the host ain't, and Venom kills the host.
Which I don't know if you saw the Venom movie at all. It was a point in time in the movie where they tried to latch. I guess his name's Riot, the other symbiote that was in the movie. He killed a lot of his hosts.
Exactly, before you found the right one.
Exactly.
So that's us. Like, so HJ came with the Venom thing. He's like, yo, yeah, like Venom. I'm like, yeah, exactly. But what I was saying is, I'm like, yo, so what you got to do is you got to do this shit. You got to get people on board by guys of security and safety. Right? Take this so you can be safe.
Right.
This thing out here killing everybody. Take this so you can be safe, right? So everybody gets this thing. Now you see all these people dying suddenly, young, like football play, like especially overseas, like football play. I think football players, anybody who took that mRNA, and it's like now so after I watch, and then the die suddenly dot came out, and then I'm like, damn, yo, is this shit inevitable? So the people that took, I got family members that took it, right? I'm like, is this shit inevitable? Like now either the people that got it that's still here, their body could cope, or is it inevitable? And whatever the hell that is that's growing inside of their bodies, in their arteries, it's just taking longer than some other people.
Right.
How many people took that joint around the world? Like close to, I think they said like 68% of the world's population took that. So imagine if that is inevitable. In the next, I don't know, 2 to 5 years, there's gonna be a lot of funerals, bro.
I told my job when all this was rolling out, I told them, I said, look, y'all might as well start writing my pink slip now, because if y'all have it to where we have to take this to where I only got to come into the office, sign it, and y'all walk me out, because I'm not taking that shit.
Yeah, I told the company that I was working for beforehand that I wasn't, but the good thing about the company I was working for at the time, the owner, he wasn't with it. He wasn't with it anyway. You feel me? He wasn't with it at all. So, I was cool on that point. And then I ended up going back to work for the family. And then later the company got sold that I used to work for. So I don't know where they at with that now. But the owner that I was under, but when I was a system administrator, he was like, nah, I ain't making nobody take that. Even my dad, I work for my family. My dad's like, nah, I'll shutter the doors before I make you guys do that.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because my dad thinks it's the mark of the beast, and I don't think he that far off the mark. Yeah, I don't think he that far off the mark. So, if it ain't the mark of the beast, it's damn sure a test run, bro. Right. You know what I mean? Got my man Dan Glenn in the building. What's going on, Dan?
What's going on, Dan? So let's get back into this Ye thing, right? So I'm gonna pull up this picture. You'll be able to see it. So Ye went on Timcast, and he, was Kanye on Timcast. So, like, what do you have to say about like the conversation that they were trying to have? Because I believe the same way that that Uncle Hotep believes. I believe that Tim went about it in the wrong way. What he should have done in the beginning was, since Ye's trying to run for president and he got, he has like a startup company that he's starting and stuff like that, he should have gotten to that first instead of going straight into the hot news. Like, yeah, like Trump threw him out, blah, blah, blah. Like, that shouldn't have never been the first topic. What do you say?
Now, I usually I usually fall on the side of Unc, right? Most of the time. This time I'm like, because I watched Tim Pool is just the news, right? He don't do interviews like this. Anytime you watch when you got somebody on his show, all they're doing is discussing the news. Now, in this case, Kanye was the news, right? He was the news. The Mar-a-Lago dinner was the news. So it's like, shit, I got him on in person. Who better to ask about the story instead of reading it because nobody knows? Ask, the guy who was sitting at the table with Trump.
Right.
Now, I also fall on the side of when he say, and I think, and even Tim came out with a video after we gave our take. I think it was a whole work, bro. I think it was a whole setup. I think that they were, no matter what, they were going to walk out of that show. They wanted a viral moment. They got a viral moment. 100,000 people was watching when he walked off that show. Even gave him a hint, like, yo, if you go down this rabbit hole, or you go down this path, I'm walking off. But Ye led them down the path.
Right.
Ye led them down the path. And he knew that Tim Pool wasn't gonna come off his position, right? We're gonna come off this position. So it was easye. It's like he wouldn't even let Nick Fuentes rebut Tim Pool's argument. He just walked out. Then apparently they had a plane waiting in Frederick. I'm from Maryland, so
Yeah, me too.
yeah. So he had a plane waiting in Frederick. Waiting. Right now, I know Ye got dough, and he could probably have a plane on standby. You know what I mean? But that's a lot of money to have a plane on standby, all fueled up, ready to rock and roll.
Right.
Which tells me that they probably was going on Timcast to get a viral moment. They never intended to stay there. So I could be wrong, but that's how I looked at it. I would have loved to have saw the conversation between Tim and Ye. I think once if Ye would have stuck it out and let Tim and Nick go back and forth, right? I think if Ye, because come on, everybody knows Ye's not saying all of the chosen people, right?
Right.
The chosen people, everybody that dealt with him, everybody he dealt with, his business dealings, everything, they all landlords. They all the chosen people. You feel me? So in his mind, in his world, that's who runs shit. Right? Even Patrice O'Neal said that. He said, I deal with mid to low level untouchables. Right? That's who he deal with.
He said, you know what I'm saying? I give them their 10%. You know what I'm saying? I give them what do you say, a tip to, like their money, like whatever, blah 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 blah.
They keep it working. Right, exactly. You know what I mean? So I think everybody know that Ye wasn't talking about all the untouchables. But you got some NPCs out here that need to hear that, right? It's not implied like it should be.
Right.
So I think they counted on Tim standing his ground on that position. In the beginning, I'm like, yo, Tim went about this the wrong way. Right? I'm like Tim, you went about the wrong way. But Ye was steering the conversation, and when I went back and listened to it, Ye was steering the conversation. Ye brought up the untouchables.
Yeah, like right away.
Right away, because he wanted to get out of there. They got a plane waiting for him.
Right.
You feel me?
So hold on. I'm trying to see how I can do this.
I got about 5 more minutes because also the wife gonna kill me. This is movie night.
All right. So I'll do it after you leave. So
yeah.
Like he said, he doesn't do an interview-based show. He has guests on, and they talk about the news. Like I watched him all the time. Like he's like between y'all, like between the Hoteps, Timcast, this other place or show, Redacted, Russell Brand and Joe Rogan. Like y'all are my news. I don't watch TV. You guys are my news. So if it's hot topics or y'all just giving y'all's takes on things, like I watch y'all, and then I try to flip and remix and not try to repeat what y'all say, and then I do what I do here. So I believe Tim should have, since he's trying to run for president, he should have got into that first, learn what his issues were, see what he wants to make better in the country, then went to his company, like what's his next thing that he's about to do. You know what I'm saying? Like Parler doesn't, he's not buying Parler now, so
that's why his assets is frozen. They trying to lock him up. Adidas saying he owed $275 million to them. There's a lot going on, you know. Plus, I don't know. I can't substantiate it, but somebody was saying that Candace's God might be one of the chosen people. I don't know how that works. I know he's like a lord somewhere in some country, but yeah, Tim should have did a better job steering that conversation. You know what I mean? Every time Ye brought it up, just ask another question, right? Because Jay's sporadic anyway, right? Like Jay brought up on the show, he's the word sporadic when he's talking, right? So he'll start on the thought, and then he'll go somewhere else, but then come full circle back to that thought.
Right.
So Tim could have steered the conversation a little bit better, and then eventually, when it came to that, maybe closer to the end of the show, you know, maybe they could have did that. But I think that Ye and them wanted that viral moment. But in my opinion, it made Ye look weak.
It did.
Because like, yo, you can't handle the fire, bro. That's what you got Nick and Milo there for. Let them debate. That's not your thing. You say what you want, let them defend you. You say what you're gonna say, but you let them defend you to Tim. Right? If that's the case, they your, you know, they your new handlers. Like that's exactly essentially what it is. Now maybe Milo more, you know, I think he expects more of Milo. When I saw Nick on Alex Jones, he was just a yes man for Ye. Right? Don't get me wrong, Nick Fuentes is a smart dude, but he was just Ye's yes man. But I think that was planned the entire time. I think, and then it's funny because I said that on the show, and then the next day I think Tim came out and was like, "Yo, nah, this shit was." I think they worked me.
So let me ask you this. So Tim has said multiple times, probably within the past week, that Milo wants his just due. He's like Batman with the plans against the Justice League, just in case if they go rogue, that, you know what I'm saying, like he's gonna act on them. So since Milo has something to where he wants to get back at Republicans, and now he's with Ye, and Ye's kind of running Republican in a way.
Mm-hmm.
What do you say on that? Like what's Milo's end game now?
I think Milo bluffing. I don't think that vote got anything on it. That's just me. I think that, I guess, I don't know. I think Milo does want retribution. He feel like he got slighted by by Trump and the Republican Party. Same thing with Nick Fuentes. They were fucking stars until whatever scandal came out about him, and they backed up off him, like, you know, the Kool-Aid man. You know what I mean? Like they found coke in the trunk, and they were like, oh, it ain't all it ain't all coke. I mean, he threw them under the bus. I mean, but I think they want to see the conservative and the Republican Party burn, bro. That's my opinion on that. And I think they're using Ye to do it. And I don't know. I'm thinking that Ye might want to see the system burn too. I don't know if he 100% on his Ye 2024 shit. I think he doing it to be the odd man out, but to throw a wrench in the gears. He want to do what Trump did in 2016 and pull the curtain back, show y'all the man behind the curtain.
Right.
I think that's what Ye doing. Because he kind of alluded to something he said on Alex Jones that made me feel like he know he can't win. He know he's not going to win this, right? But I think he's doing it because he wants to in his way shine some kind of light on whatever the hell is going on or who's running whatever, right? And to Dan Glenn, yeah, he was on Lex Friedman, but Lex Friedman basically that he was trying to get Kanye to apologize. He wasn't debating, he was trying to get him to apologize. And Kanye didn't apologize. Some people say he did, but he didn't. But also on that show, he said it on Piers Morgan, he said on Lex Friedman's show, he stated that he wasn't talking. He said he apologized to anybody who inadvertently got hurt by it. And technically he wasn't talking about all of the chosen people. Right? He wasn't talking about all the untouchables. He said it a couple of times. You know what I mean? But they keep calling him this. So now by the time he gets on Alex Jones, he's like, all right, fuck it, that's what I am. So I'm gonna say all this crazy shit, including I love Dolph Ziggler. That's what I'm gonna call him, Dolph Ziggler. Like, you know what I mean? Now that shit was wild. That shit had me laugh. I was rolling. I said, yo, yeah, a wild boy. He tripping. I was tripping off of that. I know what he was getting at, but at the same time, I said on my show the other day, I said he like a goddamn ISIS video. Like he won $100 million in unmarked bills and a helicopter waiting on the roof. That's what he looked like in that picture, bro.
That's why when I started my show, I was like, I was behind Ye with a lot of shit he was saying until Thursday. I've only watched a little bit of.
It's fucking classic. I've never seen Alex Jones that fucking nervous. I've never seen Alex Jones that uncomfortable, bro.
And you gotta remember, this is Alex Jones.
He's used to making people uncomfortable.
Right. He said that it was a hoax to what happened to that school. That's what he said. To him say, all right, we gotta go to break, 5-minute break, blah blah blah. It's like, what the hell is going on?
He had to get up and get water. Alex Jones like, shit. What the fuck out there? But you know what? He a trooper and he stuck that shit out. He stuck that shit out for 3 hours. Salute to Alex Jones for standing on his morals, man. But golly mighty, that's all I can say. Let me see. Dan Glenn says, speak on specific examples of chosen people. You can't degrade a whole race or religion. You're right, Dan Glenn. You're 100% right. You know what I mean? So we would like Uncle in HJ, we call them the redacted. And when we say like the redacted, right? Or we say the landlords, we say, you know, the Jabbar, we're not talking about everybody. We're more like, you know, I can't even say their names on here. I mean, I don't, you know, we're talking about George S. You know what I mean? We talking about, you know, like the people in power, the people that have influence, the people that have the resources to change the world, the WEF forum, like some of the people there, like, you know, we're not talking about, you know, the you know, just the regular civilians that's, you know, that they go to work every day or whatever. We're talking about the ones who got some power. We're talking about the Epsteins, right? The Maxwells, right? That's who we talking about. You know, we're not talking about everything else, and I think that's what Ye was. That's what he tries to say. So you got, you know, the guy from Universal. You got the Harvey Weinstein. You feel me? The guy that was behind NWA. You know what I mean? That's what he's talking about. The people, his hand, like the people that really run shit, right? And that's who he's talking about, because in his world, that's all he knows. That's who he knows that handles his money, that handles his gigs, that handles his contracts. You know what I mean? That's all Ye know. Right. So he's just associating it with them because that's who he knows has control, not control over him, but I guess for lack of a better term, has control over him as far as his career. You know, like I said, like if I'm on a plantation, I'm getting my ass whooped, you know, by the slave master, and all I know is the slave master and the overseers, and all I know is getting my ass whooped. If I write a story, I'm not gonna be like some white people. I'm gonna be like the white man because that's all I know, right? That's all you know. But at the same time, he already said that he wasn't talking about everybody. He said it on Drink Champs. He said it on Pierce Morgan. He said it on Lex Friedman show. But yeah, he's not the best communicator. He's just not. I think now Ye's just trying to be shocking, right? He's trying to be shocking. He's trying to get that shock value. He's trying to be controversial because people like messy. People like messy, right? So even though he said what he said on Alex Jones, if he go on somebody else's show, guess what? 300,000 people going to tune in still. If Ye drop a new shoe, some company takes them, guess what? Everybody going to go buy the shoe. You know what I mean? You know what? I can't even defend that, Dan. I don't know how he went there. Like, all I can do is be like, okay, you know, like, love the sinner, not the sin is what he's trying to do. Like, he's trying to stay ultra, like, Christian, ultra Bible, right? By saying love the sinner and not the sin. So that's what I think he was going with there. I think that that's the wrong person to use as an example. Like, I'm like, yo, I was tripping like, come on, bro. You know, this makes everyone think, yeah, you're right. It just makes it, but I think he likes that. I think he likes the attention. I think he likes the attention, but at the same time, I think Ye overcorrected. I think he's been overcorrecting.
Yeah.
Right? And he ain't found the right people to put in his corner. You know, you can't go from Harley Pasternak, you know what I mean, and Kim Kardashian and the Kardashians and stuff medicating you to now you're on the other side with Candace Owens, which I like Candace, and I think that she'd be on point with a lot of shit she say. But you can't go from that then to Milo and Nick Fuentes, right? And it's just like I think he's doing too much overcorrecting. And I think that he'll even out eventually, right? He'll even out eventually, and then he'll be fine. We just live in that age where, you know, people live in sound bites and everything's caught on camera and everything can be recorded, right? So lot of his shit gonna live for a while on social media and shit. But I think once he gets the right people back into his corner, you know what I mean? Like I said, yeah, come out with the Hoteps, we got you.
I can't wait.
Eventually he'll end up with us. I'm sure he watches the Hoteps. Apparently he retweeted one of the Hoteps the other night. So which is making me think that he might be watching the Hoteps. And if you're watching the Hoteps, man, come holler at us. We'll get you straight. We got people for everything. We got lawyers, you know what I mean, that think that they consider themselves Hotep. You know what I mean? We got people in politics that's Hotep adjacent, Sonny Johnson. You know, we got people that we can put in your corner and help you navigate this nonsense a whole lot better.
Man, shout out to the Hoteps, man.
I appreciate you letting me holler at you for a little bit, bro.
Come back anytime you want. I do this every Saturday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. To a Maryland boy, to another, man, thank you for being on my show.
Not a problem, yo. Salute to you.
All right, man, salute. So, people, that was Canon Hotep. Another round of applause for gracing my show, man. And to Dan Glenn, I thank you for being here too. Shit, I didn't even think that this was going to be a 3-hour stream, but I might as well get back into what I was doing. So, Ye was on Timcast. So I have this broken down into a couple sections on the show. I might get a copyright strike, but shit, who gives a damn? Let's see. So I don't know if I should read the article or if I should. Fuck it. Let me start with a video and then I'll get to the article. So let me cue this up where it's supposed to be. I don't even know where I'm at on this. So first part is 3:47. I can't get it directly there, so 350 is good. So this first part I'm gonna play is when Tim had introduced everybody and they're going over the whole Mar-a-Lago dinner and the events that happened with that. So let's get into that.
It scheduled the dinner in October, and then he announced for president. He pushed the dinner back to November. And I've been pulling together a campaign. And after I put up the DEF CON tweet, a bunch of people that have been canceled, like Alex Jones, I started getting in contact with other people that were now on the inside of the matrix. And Alex Jones, producer, said that Milo wanted to contact me. And here we are.
So that's how you guys got in contact?
Yeah, originally. And
okay. So, they did their thing. They're, talking about the dinner and everything and how they got connected. So, the artist formerly known as Kanye West, went viral on Monday after he stormed out of an interview when being confronted about his anti-Semitism. The embattled music superstar has been under fire over the past several weeks for his rhetoric towards Jewish people, particularly his tweet declaring he was going DEFCON 3 on the religious group. Ye resurfaced in the news last week when he brought known anti-Semites and white nationalist Nick Fuentes to a meeting at Mar-a-Lago with former President Donald Trump, who has been facing intense backlash for dining with two such controversial figures, especially since he announced his 2004 candidacy. On Monday, Ye, joined by Fuentes and right-wing provocateur turned Ye 2004 campaign manager Milo Yiannopoulos, appeared on Timcast IRL, where host Tim touched on the past comments in his meeting with Trump. So I believe that is the next portion that I got. So 509. Let's see if that hits it directly. Where's it? I did my best.
Nick ends up invited to this dinner, and what happened?
Well, he was rolling with me. I was impressed with Nick, and I was like, just come to the dinner. And we had Karen Giorno pick us up from the airport. And there was a lot of back and forth. There's another gentleman named Jamar Montgomery that was with us. He's an engineer at Boeing, and
I'm telling him just we should raise everyone's volume.
Okay, cool. And we sat there, and it was like when Trump came in, I said, do you want to sit alone? He's like, no, bring your friends in. So a big thing is like Trump had no idea who Nick Fuentes was. But this whole, I just got to go right to the heart of this anti-Semite claim that's happening. This is something, if you read the definition, it says you can't claim that there's multiple people inside of banks or in media that are all Jewish or you're anti-Semitic.
I don't know what definition he got that from, but if you check my show out that I did on Kyrie, I forgot which video it is, but I did a video about Kyrie. It probably was right around the time when Kyrie entered the fray of everything. I don't know if it's the Amazing Week of Ye 1 or the Amazing Week of Ye Part 2. If not, the one that I did exactly on Kyrie Irving and Shaq and all that. But oh no, I know exactly which one it is. It's the video that has Zaya Wade and Dwayne Wade and his the child's mother. That video, I speak on this. I speak on the exact definition of it, of what it is. I don't know if I can find it in my binder of what the actual definition is. Hold on, let's see. I think I'm there. Hold on, 1 second. Okay, so anti-Semitism or anti-Semitic. It says prejudiced or hostile towards Jews. I don't know where the hell he got his definition from, but let's say that where he read it is true, and he knows his information. But from what I got, it doesn't compare. But let's keep going.
And that's the truth. Like, it's the truth. What are we talking about? And
elaborate. What do you mean? You mean?
I'm saying, like, I've been labeled anti-Semite, right? So there's different beliefs about our bloodlines, like the documentary that Kyrie posted. And in general, America has been left ignorant and history has been changed. So when we start questioning things that question the indoctrination, then you immediately get, you said debanked or what did you say happened to you? Or
demonetized, deplatformed.
Demonized, demonetized. And what's so beautiful about this time is everyone got to see what's really been happening. And now we can really understand. We can see that Ron Emanuel was right next to Obama, and then Jared Kushner was right next to Trump.
But so we're getting right into it, I guess, right? I was hoping to go for the news first before we got into all of this stuff. I think the issue is one way to put it is you're expounding upon a localization issue that you've witnessed, right? Let me clarify. There are a handful of people that you see are Jewish in a certain place, and then you associate Judaism with the power, whereas I view that as not relevant to it. Like, yeah, you're substantially more powerful than I am, but I don't view what you're doing as an issue of Black people.
Yeah, but have you ever heard the term the Black vote? So it's okay to put us in one net, but it's not okay for me to put them in one net.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's the basis of the hypocrisy that people have been thinking about and knowing about and realizing for decades. We were all wondering how this dam was going to break. Everybody in the country was wondering, what is the root of this hypocrisy? Why can people talk about white people a certain way? Why can't they talk about that group a certain way? And the wretched and wicked and oppressive prevailing orthodoxy of cancel culture. Well, it turned out that the one thing that was going to break the dam was the biggest star in the world, and it took the biggest star in the world to do it. And now the dam is broken.
So let me.
All right. So at the beginning of the discussion, Ye revealed that his meeting with Trump was scheduled before his DEFCON 3 tweet. But we don't know that. That's just what he said. So, but was delayed in that the former president had no idea who Fuentes was. Ye quickly spewed into anti-Semitic rhetoric by invoking top White House aides during the Obama and Trump administrations. I just gotta hold on. I just gotta go right to the heart of this anti-Semitic claim that's happening. This is something, if you read the definition, it says can't claim that, well, we heard what he said, and then I read exactly what it was, so I don't know. Any one of us can be right. So, let's see. Okay, so, and that's the truth. Like it's the truth, Ye said, elaborate. Like, what do you mean, Poole asked. I'm saying, like, I've been labeled anti-Semite, right? So there are different beliefs about our bloodlines, like the documentary that Kyrie Irving posted, and in general, America has been left ignorant and history has been changed. Ye respond. So he's not saying anything wrong there, because of all people to say this, Candace Owens on her show said that, and this is a lot of things that the Hotep say, a lot of things that, Black consciousness or Black people and who are conscious say, we Black people was ripped from their homeland if they wasn't already here already. Black people was ripped from their homeland, ripped of their language, ripped of their religion, ripped of their their language and all this, and it's like, we don't know ourselves. We don't know who we are. Like, it's funny, and Candace said this as well. She said it's funny that you can ask a white person what they are, and they can say exactly who they are and go back in history of who their grandparents were, who their great-grandparents were, who, if they had an uncle that was an inventor or something, like, they can go that far back. It's like, why is it that African Americans, Black, whatever you want to use, can't do the same? Like, the most that we can go is, I had a grandfather that lived in Detroit back in 1930. Like, that's as far as we can possibly go back sometimes. And it's like, why is it that, like, us as African Americans, Black, or what have you, aren't basically the same when it comes to spewing our history on things? Why is it that you can be around, I work with a lot of white people, like, I got this girl, she has French heritage, I have another girl that I work with. She has Native American heritage. Some have Spanish heritage. I have Spanish people that I work with that can basically say, yeah, my people. I have one lady. She's from Mexico, or she was born in Mexico. She can spew her stuff all the way back. I have another lady. She's from a Spanish part of South America. She can go back like hell. Most of her family still live. Where is she from? I forgot where she's from in South America. But anyway, but yeah, they have their language and everything. Like, why is it that black people can't break out in Igbo, or break out in Congolese, or why can't we break out in all these languages? Hausa. Like, why can't we break out in these languages that we probably are a part of? Like, most we can go back is my grandmother. Well, let me just say some of mine. My dad's grandmother, she's from Philadelphia. She was born back in the 1920s. My other, my mom's grandparents, my mom Daisy, she was born in Delaware, and I believe my grandfather was born in North Carolina, and then they met. My grandmother and grandfather was born in the 1910s sometime. Then comes my grandfather from Delaware. Like, I can't go all the way the hell back. Like, it's weird I can't do that, right? Other than stopping at one point of my family lineage. Like, it's weird. So Kanye has something with that. Like, but you gotta remember, most of this stuff was written before he even started speaking the things that he's saying. Like, I believe Anomaly said that there's a law on the books to where, or will be a law on the books where you can't say certain things about the untouchable people coming down the pike if not already in law. Kind of like how Joe Biden did the whole Asian hate thing. So let's see. I gotta get better at queuing some of this stuff up. So one second. I'll probably dwell on this for a little while and then get to the Alex Jones portion. So let me run this for a little bit until I get to my exact point that I need. So, all right. So, at the beginning, the discussion Ye revealed that his meeting with Trump was scheduled. Well, I said that already. I am okay. So, when we start questioning things that question the indoctrination, then you immediately get demonized, demonetized, and what's so beautiful about this time is everyone got to see what's really been happening, and now we can really understand. We can see the Rahm Emanuel was next to Obama and Jared Kushner was right next to Trump. During his rant, Ye told Poole he would walk the F off of the show, and I haven't got there yet, if the interview turned into him defending himself. So, let's play this next portion of the video. Oh, wow, hold on.
Immediately said, well, you'd be good for the black vote. And I said, is that because I'm black? No, not just because of that. So is that, are you doing the same thing?
I didn't say that was the only reason. I said it was because you're personable to the common person.
All right, so that was Tim's response to that. And it wasn't really the best response, to be honest. Like, you're telling this man that he will be good for the black vote because basically he's black and he's personable because he's a celebrity and all this other funny, dirty stuff that you're thinking about. It's like, okay, like, although, yes, but Kanye did say a lot of black people don't like me. And it probably came, it's two reasons that's true. Slavery was a choice, and White Lives Matter picture, the White Lives Matter shirt picture, and who he was with in that picture. So that could be the two reasons why most black people don't like him. Now, I'm not saying us as in all in general don't like him, because me myself personally, it's like Kanye been through some stuff. Like Kanye, he lost his mom. I said it on my show. Well, I played the video actually of him saying what he said. All this other stuff that he's dealing with, such as his divorce and all this other craziness. All this other craziness that's happening right now. It's just weird, man. Like, I believe Kanye said this in one interview. I can't remember where. I believe it was this interview where Kanye said celebrities are like kids. Like, you don't age after, you become famous or whatever. So, I forgot where I was going with that. Hold on. All right, so let me see if I can remember if I repeat myself. So Kanye said that celebrities are like kids. They don't age after a certain point in time after they become famous. So they're stuck basically where it comes to, their growth in life. They got to be that person that everybody saw, like, just like how he put on his album. I forgot which one it was. I believe it was Life of Pablo, where he had the song, the old Kanye. I miss the old Kanye, the Spazzo blah 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 Kanye. Like, yeah, like a lot of people miss that Kanye. I kind of miss that Kanye. I miss the late registration, graduation. Hold on, that was his second album. Late Registration was his first album. No, College Dropout, then Late Registration. I was getting it wrong. So I missed that era, Kanye, because I was in high school during that time. Graduation came out soonly, a little bit after I graduated. And then, I didn't buy 808 Heartbreak because I thought that was a whack-ass album. And then he did My Beautiful Twisted Dark, or My Twisted Beautiful Dark Secret, or whatever the hell it was called. I loved the hell out of that album, and then he started going left again. Now, I'll end it here by saying this. By Tim asking him that question, or before what Tim says, yeah, I said that before we went on air. This is one thing that I usually like or hate, really, to tell white folks. Certain things that you say can trigger certain responses from black folks, such as what you asked Kanye, or told Kanye. Although, yes, it is true, he would be good for the black vote, but you don't say it like that. If not at all, you don't say that. What could have said was this. You should have took the good for the black vote out and filled it in with the next thing that you said, where you're a very personable guy, a lot of people like you, blah 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 blah. You're sure to get not only the black vote, so basically factoring in other people by saying, but not only the black vote, but other votes as well from other races, creeds, and religions. That would have been a better answer from you. But, you know, you're in the moment. You're trying to get to this Mar-a-Lago dinner shit, so you're totally forgetting your years of you know, being a newscaster or reporter or whatever. Totally forgetting a lot of that training. You're trying to go straight into the fuck shit, which is the dinner and shit, which nobody really gives a damn about. Now, some people might, but it's like, got this man on your show. He just went through that day. He just got his divorce handed to him, to where he has to pay $200,000 in child support. You could have went over that if you wanted to. It's public record anyway, so anybody can look into it. And then you could have went into, you know, what's his next plans for Yeezy brand or whatever, or Donda brand or whatever. Like, what do you got down the pike? Then you could have got into, so the dinner with Trump. Let me know from your own words what happened, and then that should have been the end of the show before you do the super chats, but you wanted to go straight into the fuck shit, and then that happened. Now, I'll take what Cannon said earlier. It probably was planned that, you know, I was going to come on here and fire at Tim and be like, yeah, motherfucker, you crazy for thinking that, but then watching this very show several times over, and then listening to what you had to say, it's like, yeah, it kind of did look like that. But it's no way that we could have known, because, you know, they're playing it so cool. It's like, you would never think of that. But this is what is going on with this next portion. I hope that this is the right portion. But this is what they had to say when it came to, I believe, after the last question of, you know, the black vote being personal and all this. This is like a minute or so later, or if not, no, this is 7 minutes later, so 7 seconds later. Sorry.
Just because I'm black, because a lot of black people don't like me.
Of course, I think race plays a role in a lot of things. Absolutely, and I think that I think the construct of race has really been forced upon us as just something for us to be woke about and just constantly talk about and use it as these like walls. Couldn't you say the same thing about Judaism?
Well, let's look at the facts of what I'm saying, though. If you say in this neighborhood where they gerrymander, there's this amount of time. So, hey, I wasn't doing that. I was just gerrymandering the lawyers and the Hollywood executives and the people at the bank that debanked me and then froze my accounts. You know, it's like we want to jump into protecting the idea that we can't put a net around something, right? But that's been my job as a producer, to take, you know, a Roy Ayers sample and put a James Brown drum and put it within a 2 minute, 3 minute song. That's the way I actually think, and that's the way I talk. And now this morning, I found out that they were trying to put me in prison, because what they did was I moved $140 million into JP Morgan. And I said, I want to talk to Jamie Dimon. Like, look at me. I'm just going in naive, you know, multi-billionaire. Like, maybe Jamie Dimon will let me in on some deal flow. Wrong. And I'm just like banging my hands like, I want to meet with Jamie. And I start complaining online, and then they debank me for complaining. And so I'm about to get debanked. They're like, you need to go to Trump's, the bank, AXO, whatever, you got to go. And I'm like, I've been trying to buy my own bank for the longest. And then we figured out how to get my own bank. It's like 50 million, 75 million. So I'm about to buy my own bank. But then as they're about to take the money out, here comes Adidas with a $275 million bill for marketing funds that they agreed upon. Because I said to them, hey, I'm the marketing, give me the marketing fund, which proves by the response they got when they, stole the designs and said, we're going to not call them Yeezys anymore. So this is what I was already fighting Adidas for. So I'm fighting Gap, get out of Gap, fighting Adidas. And then I deal with this little bit of noise from, Zionism from the fashion world, where they use this plant named Gabby, who's obviously like some kind of CIA agent, knows nothing about fashion. This is a certain thing. When someone can't dress, you know that they're not like a fashion person. They're just there as like the society, like the control that they try to use with celebrities, which has now been broken, right? Because where it broke. Okay. I want to get on like LeBron in a second, but I'm going to come back to this and just talk about this morning where, I'm not going to mention her name because she's a nice lady, but someone at Cohen Resnick tells me, and I tell all of my finance people, never use the term a lot, but they said, okay, you're going to have to pay a lot of taxes. And that made me feel like they're just like waiting, like we finally got them. We finally can put him in jail. And I was like, can I still run for president in jail? I found out I could. So I was like, okay, that's fine then.
All right. So basically a lot of nonsense there, but probably get his point. I had this going a lot more. Like, hold on, let me see if I can find a better point in this. Hopefully this is a good point. So let's continue.
To count. Really, I was like Pablo in a movie. It was like I didn't even know where to put the money, like literally making $300 million cash, but you're just like a high priced, we're not going to use the S word just because it's just like too passe to use it. But it's like next year I was supposed to make $500 million in royalties. And like no one needs this amount of money. But when I would work on homeless shelters and ideas, I'd have a contractor. We won't say what race. And they'd be tearing down the contracts. It's all about, position. It's not about the amount of money that you have. And, to come in here, I feel like it's a setup to be like defending. I'm not going to go through another, like I'm literally going to walk the F off the show if I'm sitting up here having a, talk about, you can't say that it was Jewish people that did it when every sensible person knows that. I mean, Jon Stewart knows what happened to me and they took it too far. It was like American History X. Like my head was on the side of the curve and the exact people that I called out kicked my head. We found out that my trainer was a MK Ultra Canadian intelligence.
He worked in the defense research and development in the Canadian military, essentially working on psyops in the Canadian military.
All right, so I gave y'all that little caveat because I was supposed to end way before. But anyway, so let's see. Poole later challenged Ye for invoking Emmanuel N. Kushner, asking him, isn't that an issue of these individuals rather than the identity? The rapper continued with his stream of consciousness. Instead, you should be hold that on. You went right into the anti-Semite thing, Poole said. I think it's something that should be talked about, but if you start bringing this up, you're gonna ask my opinion on it. I'm gonna disagree with you. Well, this is the only reason why, Tim, because you're not going through these issues that he's going through. The most, and I wasn't gonna bring this up, but fuck it, I'm already here. The most you had to deal with was what happened to you last Friday, when your old business partner came out and did a 6-hour stream. Thing was 6 hours, 10 minutes, and some change, where he basically called you out. So that next day, you came up, did your own stream, which I believe was 2 hours, and was like, nah, most of that stuff was lies, blah blah blah, this and that, whatever. And it's like, well, from the outside looking in, I don't know if none of that shit is true that you're going through, so I don't, why Lydia left and all this other shit. Like, I don't know if it's true or not. But for you to have that on you and then this gay thing comes a day out, like 2 days later, which you got the confirmation on that stream that Ye was coming. It's like, you know, I don't know what's running through Tim's head like maybe when Tim had Ye on there, maybe that shit from Friday was still fresh on his mind. He was trying to save face and make it look good from all of the shit that was talked about on Adam's stream on that Friday. Now, I don't know, Adam. I've just started watching Tim Pool probably within the last year or so, maybe. So it's like, I don't know if any of this shit is true. I just know is that I saw Lydia for basically the whole year until the week of my birthday when she was like, well, you know, I'm leaving, blah, 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 but there was no explanation behind it. And then Adam says, well, yeah, you know, Tim tried to sleep with Lydia. I don't know if that's true or not. Allegedly, he said that y'all did or was trying to, or whatever. So, you know, I don't know. But anyway, let's see. So, I didn't ask your opinion on it. Ye fired back. I don't care about anybody's opinion, bro. I lost. They tried to put me in jail. So we haven't really gotten to that part, which I probably won't play because you guys can watch. Ye, look, when all that stuff starts, start from minute 3:47 and then it ends at 21:09. After that, the show is basically some bullshit. So you guys can look that up. So basically, to end this part of the article, basically, you know, he says what he says to Tim, and he walks out or whatever. So let's get to this Alex Jones portion. Now, before I even bring this up, I have a disclaimer.
Holy cow, guy.
Like the video dude that I'm about to play. Holy cow. Yay go. Blue. I guess I wasn't supposed to say his name on. So AJ. All right, hold on, yo. Hold on. All right, sorry about that. I guess I invoked the wrong name on here. So, he will now called AJ. All right. And I don't even know if I can show this picture, but let's see. AJ and Ye were at AJ's show InfoWars. All right, nothing happened. So Ye had a lot to say, and he was really beside himself. Hold on, yo, my audio's fucked up in my headphones. So 1 second. I'm gonna pause the music real fast, and then I'm gonna do something. Hold on. This was such a good stream. All right, there we go. So, again, come on, man. Start with the foolishness. All right, hold up, y'all. This is crazy. All right, yeah, this thing's going crazy. Like, I don't know what the hell's going on. But anyway, so where was I at? Okay, so AJ had Ye on the show, and they spoke about some things that I will not say here on YouTube. Only if I had enough subscribers on my Rumble channel, I would be saying them over there. But shit, I don't even know if I can play this video. Gee, I'ma try. So hold on, let me get it queued up to where it needs to be. Goddamn, please don't take me off of fucking YouTube. Everybody, please say a prayer while I play this video. So, starting now, I'm gonna play.
Jews in Nazi Germany, do I get love then? Schwarzenegger said he loved Hitler. They gave him an award. I'm just saying, I don't like Nazis, and I don't like what some of the mafias are doing either.
I like Hitler.
Do I round up Jews?
I don't know if you caught that, but at the end, Kanye goes, I like Hitler. Here, I'll play for you again. Pay attention closely to what Kanye says.
I don't like Nazis, and I don't like what some of the mafias are doing either.
I like Hitler. He said, I like Hitler. One more time.
Ye has lost his motherfucking mind. Now, although I don't agree with this, some of the things, I came out and defended you or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But this goes too goddamn far, Kanye. Now, I was on the GMS show. If you guys watch the GMS show, it's a good show to watch. Black GMS, he's always covering some stories, and he always has a good take on it. So during one of his call-in shows, I called in when he was talking about the whole White Lives Matter shirt fiasco. I asked him a question. When will Black America welcome Kanye back into our good graces? Although black folks ain't have a goddamn thing to do when it comes to the day in question for the Untouchables, we also do. We also make sure that we don't bring up that atrocity that happened to them, because we had a similar atrocity that happened to us that we feel strongly about. But to invoke the man's name, to invoke Dolph's name, Kanye, like you're out in the woods right now. Like, ain't nobody coming to save you now, dog. Like, you doing too much. Although you Christian and the Bible states, love thy neighbor and, whatever, like, nah, cuz that's one person that even black folks be like, all right, you tripping. Like, you doing too much right now. And it's weird that you brought that dude's name up knowing who you're going against. There's no win on this, cuz. Like, there is no win whatsoever. You have to just chuck this shit up and be like, I guess no one to vote for me for presidency. Because if you thought black folks ain't like you now, just think about all the ones who have Jewish friends who looked at that and was like, all right, he's bugging. Even black folks like myself who don't have Jewish friends, I was like, all right, yo, like, this is too much. Like, it's like, I wouldn't even do that shit. The most I said was, look, to all the low-level Jews, untuck your Stars of David. We ain't got a problem with y'all. That's the most that I said. You over the fence on this one, cuz. Like, there's nothing that I can say that would make this any better to where somebody be like, oh, I understand what Marcus Speaks is talking about. I wouldn't even touch that. Like, it's too much. It is too much. Like, I can't. Although you didn't ask for several of the people who are on the internet's hand in, helping you along this journey that you're taking, it's like, hey man, I can't. I can't do it. You're too far out there in the woods for any of us to go look for you. Like, I don't know what Milo and Nick is saying to you to where you're repeating this shit, but dog, get the fuck away from these dudes. That's probably the most that I can say to Ye. Get the fuck away from them. I had Canon Hotep up here. He's a part of Hotep Nation. You need to talk to them. Like, whatever endeavor you're trying to do, such as presidency, Nick and Milo ain't about to do it. I guess they're on a rampage because they was wrong. They feel wrong. And they pulled you into this shit. Get the fuck away from them. Look, you don't even have to do a live interview with the Hoteps. Like, just meet with them in person and pick their brains or whatever. And I'm pretty sure they'll lead you in the right direction. But this shit you got going on now, I can't get behind this shit. Nope. Let's continue.
Pay attention.
Like Nazis, and I don't like what some of the mafias are doing either.
I like Hitler.
Oh, we are just getting warmed up. I mean, that's the straightforward one, right? No beating around the bush. I like Hitler. Okay, more for you.
Hitler, you're not a Nazi. You don't deserve to be called that and demonized.
Well, I
I see good things about Hitler also. I love everyone, and Jewish people are not going to tell me you can love, us, and you can love what we're doing to you with the contracts, and you can love what we're pushing with the pornography. But this guy that invented highways, invented the very microphone that I use as a musician.
I hope you know that microphones were used way before that. Kanye, there was records back in the 1920s. The only way that they could record those records was by a microphone. I'm pretty sure Nazi Germany had nothing to do with that. Now, by him saying that, I like Hitler and he did all, I said his name, Jesus Christ. That I like Dolph and all this other shit, and you going into statistics, it's like, nah. There ain't no coming back from none of this shit, dog. Probably in the future, maybe. But right now, I can't see it. I can't see it. Like, your presidency your president candidacy is done. You just fucked it up yourself. Maybe, look, I'm behind you if you want to run and you want the FBI to look into all of these companies that did you wrong or whatever, like, look into your bank account and stuff like that. I understand that portion, but this portion with this whole Adolf shit, nah, cuz.
Say out loud that this person ever did anything good, and I'm done with that. I'm done with the classifications. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
Holy shit, man. What the fuck? Oh my God. Somebody get this guy institutionalized and on some lithium.
Hey, chill out. Nah, that's not what's happening. What Ye needs to do is this. Fuck what the dude just said. Yeah, you need to go to your dad's house. You need to stay there for the next 2 months. And you need some of your family around you. And they need to talk to you. The very way that old folks used to talk to people back in the day when some shit was going on. So to Kanye's pops, if you watching this, listen, call your son, tell him pack his bags. You're gonna be down there for about 2 months. You won't be taking any meetings for shit. You won't be going to do interviews. If you are going to do an interview, it is to be at your dad's house for the next 2 months off of Skype, Zoom, or otherwise. Because you just invoked the very name of which these people hate. Now, although, I'm going to say this as careful as possible, although that faction in Germany had some advances that they did, but it was at the behest of the Untouchables. Now, I'm as cynical as some people come, but I do have a conscience. Now, although I've been on my channel for the past couple weeks saying, yeah, black people are the real Jews, blah, 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 blah. Untuck your Star of David, we ain't after y'all. Whatever. I'm saying a lot of like shit. I would never, ever in my life say anything as disrespectful as that. Well, now, would I think it? Probably so, because I'm still cynical. But I wouldn't say it out loud. Keep that shit to myself. This nigga's bugging, yo, for real. This nigga's bugging. Like, on top of you saying you like the very man that they hate, you then start going into statistics of inventions that they never created. Just to let everybody out there know, they never created that shit. Excuse me, but for you to think that the black community is going to be behind you after you saying that, you out your goddamn mind. I wouldn't even touch that. If you came on my show, you was like, yeah, blah blah blah. Nope. I would mute your microphone and be like, yo, Kanye, or yay, sorry, we're not doing that over here. This isn't even the right platform for us to do that on. If we were to do that, I would have to have my own website for you to do that. Like, I'm not getting kicked off of here. I don't even make money over here. I'm just saying, I do this as a hobby. I would love for it to be my job, but I would never, ever bring that shit the fuck up. Even if I had a Jewish person on my show, would I bring that up? Because I know what that invokes. I know what that invokes in them. But at the same time, black people have some things going on with them as well. Like, it's propaganda against us. To the point to where most of us are being killed for it. But they're not rallying us together. You understand this? Yeah? What's going on? There are people got propagandized and then got rallied up to live in internment camps, to do bullshit, what our ancestors was doing back in slavery days. Peel potatoes and, doing farming and shit, all to, for some of them to be rallied up and then them not to be seen anymore. Like, what don't you get of this? You're doing far too fucking much for any of us who have your back to be saying the shit that you saying right now. We're not doing it. I won't do it. Let's continue.
Sap, bro. I mean, this is a mix of like extreme untreated bipolar disorder, mental illness, plus going down the wrong YouTube rabbit hole, the wrong internet rabbit hole, and how he's just a fucking mess, and he's way more extreme than Alex Jones. All right, one more time, because there's parts of this I want to break down.
Not Hitler. You're not a Nazi. You don't deserve to be called that and demonized.
Well, I see good things about Hitler also. I love everyone, and Jewish people are not going to tell me you can love us, and you can love what we're doing to you with the contracts.
See, that's what we're doing to you with the contracts. What, like every Jewish person is some sort of executive getting people in contracts? That's absurd.
Now, fuck what he's saying. But this is what I will say. Have your beef. You're entitled to it. You got wronged from what you've been telling us. You were wronged for something, and I understand the whole, I want revenge thing. I understand that. But don't do it to where you're going to be on the street looking at niggas like me. I work, so I'm not on the street. So I'm saying, I'll drive past you, and I look at you like, damn, That's Ye West right there. This dude got Grammys. This dude, put out some fire ass albums. Now look at him. Like, do you really want that to happen? Like, I understand, you got beef with these guys. You got beef with your ex-wife because of the fuck shit she did during y'all's relationship. I understand. A lot of us black dudes go through it. A lot of men go through it, not just black dudes. But not at the point to where you're bringing up something that will basically get you thrown the fuck out of here. Like, I'm pretty sure, a lot of the record execs that, you work for and all that, they like, all right, how do we close this Kanye file? Like, I'm done. Like, let's bring in the lawyers. Let's get him, off the label. Like, we're not doing this. And then, what happens after that? Yeah, like, what happens after that? Like, it's whack that you're going this far of an extreme that you're not only fucking with people's emotions at the expense of trying to make yourself feel better. Like, you can do that, but do it in a different way. Like, don't do it to where you got these people so pissed off at you that they do want to off you. Like, don't do that. Don't do that. Like, and somebody said that in this picture. Let me bring this picture back up. Somebody said in this picture that Kanye's draped up in Balenciaga. Nigga, have you not learned anything? Like, you know what's going on with them. He said that he had a Balenciaga mask on. The jacket's Balenciaga. He probably had on them rain boots. And it's like, yo, man, like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Anyway, let's keep going.
One of my best friends, Jewish, works at a sporting goods company. Another one, Jewish, works in an emergency room as a doctor. Like, what are we still in the... But again, that's old anti-Semitic trope. Next level coordination here. What are you talking about?
You can love what we're pushing with the pornography, but
again, that's old anti-Semitic trope, man. This is straight out of neo-Nazi outlets. This idea that like the Jews are pushing pornography on Western civilization to destroy it. What the fuck?
This guy that invented highways, invented the very microphone.
Well, before he continues, I don't know if this is true. I don't know. I can say that flat out. I don't know. As a grown man, have I watched pornography? Yeah, I'm a grown-ass man. Has it destroyed a relationship of mine? Have I watched it during being in a relationship? Yeah. So, I don't know if this trope is real. Like, I don't know. I have to do my research on that. But I understand, you trying to reform yourself. I watched this documentary. I watched from, when you was producing up until you became a rapper to the man that you are now. But something's unfamiliar from that documentary till now. You're unfamiliar. From the man that, went through what he went through, and you found Christianity and all this, and became a reformed man. But where in the Bible does it say you do this? Now, I do know that a scripture says your enemy will become your footstool. But it doesn't say go about it in this manner. In that scripture, it basically says that your enemy will become your footstool. That means that they will make themselves, not you do it, they will make themselves your footstool. So, what are you doing? If you're reading your Bible as much as you say that you are, tell me where that says, because look, I don't know the Bible that well, but I do have various family members that are reverends and pastors. All I gotta do is sit with them when they're doing Bible study and just soak in some scriptures and some information, and then come back and be like, all right, tell me where that says. Tell me what you're doing. Tell me where it says in the Bible that you should be doing that. I'll wait. I'm pretty sure you won't have an answer for me.
That I use as a musician.
He's saying Hitler invented highways. I mean, I think he's trying to talk about like the Autobahn, but like to say invented highways that's the biggest overstatement I've ever heard.
You can't say out loud that this person ever did anything good, and I'm done with that. I'm done with the classifications. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
You're not Hitler.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, I get you're explaining that, like you said, you love the Zionists. You don't agree with some of the things they're doing, even though you don't support a lot of what's happening. Seriously, I've really studied a lot of history. Plus, I had family that was there. And so, I mean, I don't think Hitler was a good guy. I get the Hugo.
This is Alex Jones pushing back on Kanye. Yeah,
Now, I would get into this article, but the proof is in the pudding. Like, it's right there. Like, I only have to read none of this shit sitting right here at all. I will say this though, before we get up out of here, because I did run over. I thought that this stream was only going to be like an hour and a half, 2 hours. I was going to be out of here. I didn't expect Cannon to come up, so I thank Cannon for being here. You know what I'm saying? Come back anytime you want, man. If you see something that you would like to talk about, come on up. Or if you just want to get something off your chest, come on up here. And I say that to all the Hoteps, Hotep Jesus, to Uncle Hotep, Jay Pylon. You want to come on up. Anytime you want. But this shit with Ye, I don't got your back on this, man. This is far from my pay grade. Like, I can't do this. So I will say to Ye, before I even say that, look, yeah, you made Alex Jones uncomfortable. This is the very man that said that a certain thing that happened at a school was a hoax. That's what he said. And then you do what you do, which made him be like, holy shit, I thought I was bad. Read the room, man. All right, y'all. With that being said, I'm getting the hell out of here because I'm getting a Kanye headache. So with that being said, everybody, please pay attention to what I'm about to say because it is very important. If you could, go ahead and subscribe to not only this channel, to Marcus Speaks, but go ahead and subscribe to my second channel, Marcus Speaks Play. A lot of the content that I do over there on Marcus Speaks Play is over here on Marcus Speaks, but if you just rather just go through a lot of the games that I've played, they're right there. Just go ahead and hit that subscription button. You can subscribe to this, to not only this channel, but you can subscribe to my second channel up here on this channel. All you gotta do when you own my channel, hit subscribe, hit the bell icon, scroll down to see Marcus Speaks Play, subscribe to that, and hit that bell icon. And with that, if you ever want to come up here and speak to me, you can. Only thing you gotta do, follow these very 3 rules that are important. I don't want you rule number one, please be on camera at all times when you're here and on the backstage. There is a private chat back here to let me know that if you do or if you don't. Now, if you don't want to be on camera, that's fine. You still have to be on camera here on the backstage. Your name will be on top of your square. Just type in your name. Be like, yeah, I don't want to be on camera. And then when I see that, I'll be like, all right, so-and-so, turn the camera off before I bring you up here, and then we can have the conversation. And thirdly, please silence all background noise. If you have headphones, that'll be great. But please silence anything that's going on in the room that you are in. Or if you're outside, go to a nice secluded spot in your house. All right? Or if you don't have a nice secluded spot in your house, go to the car. That's a nice secluded spot. And if you could, like this video, subscribe if you're new here, and share this stream to all of your social medias, or just to, your social medias in general. The scrolling tick is always for you. That is everything that you guys need to know to help me out. As my social medias there, as well as in the description box below. Also, it lets you know if you guys want to shoot me some information, such as a topic or something that you want to see on a future podcast, you can write that right there in either the comment section, or you can DM me or whatever. Let me know what you would like to see, and I'll make sure I can on. And with that being said, I'm going to leave you guys with this. Please focus on getting the money, because I know money makes the world go around, and people love it when they have a lot of money. So focus on the money. Drink more water for health purposes. It helps you out. Stay away from the sodas and stuff like that, because it's poison. That's what people say. Mind your own business for mental health purposes, because when you're in everybody else's business, you're not focusing on yourself. And if you want to get smarter, just do your own research. I've been Marcus Speaks. This has been Marcus Speaks Live, the podcast that gives you trending topics and everything else that you need. What else should I say? I don't know. Stay cool, man. I thank you guys for watching, and I'll check you guys out next week. Peace out.